Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats so we can begin. And as a courtesy to all, please turn your mobile devices to silent. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome advisor to Palantir CEO, Jacob Hellberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Hill and Valley Conference on AI Security. Please join me in welcoming House Republican Chair Elise Stefanik.
Thanks, Jacob. Oops, there we go. Thank you so much, Jacob, for the invitation to speak to you all today. It's great to see all of you. I'm so grateful for the work that you have put in convening this incredible group of speakers, panelists, and attendees. And I'm grateful to be here today to kick off this afternoon's important forum that will play a critical role in enabling the United States to better harness technology in pursuit of solving national security challenges. I would also like to thank my friend, Dr. Alex Karp, for all of his and Palantir's support for our most precious ally, Israel, during a time of brutal attacks from Hamas terrorists, Iranian proxies, and the Iranian regime itself. From holding board meetings in Israel to launching an initiative to create a place at Palantir for students victimized by anti-Semitism that is raging on college campuses today, the leadership from Palantir as an American company standing up for our values during this challenging time has truly been exemplary. So we are all grateful as fellow Americans. This group knows that America's competition with our greatest strategic adversary is defined by a race to achieve technical superiority and adoption at scale. Congress, led by House Republicans, will ensure that we win this race. We proudly passed legislation to remove the communist Chinese-controlled influence tool TikTok from America, and I will seek to continue to lead the fight to counter the threat of CCP-controlled drones and seek to build America's arsenal of unmanned autonomous systems. Understanding the national security implications of AI and harnessing its full capabilities is an issue that I have led on throughout my time in Congress, on the House Armed Services Committee, the House Intelligence Committee, and now as the House Republican Conference Chair. In March of 2018, which was before a lot of people on Capitol Hill were talking about AI, I first introduced and passed legislation that established the National Security AI Commission. For the Department of Defense, the Commission's 2020 final report was stark in its assessment, predicting that without significant investment and organizational reform, China would achieve AI superiority over the U.S. by 2025. And we cannot let that happen. While we have made progress through the standing up of the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center at the DoD, and now the Chief Digital and AI Office, significant work remains for the U.S. national security apparatus to harness advancements in AI. The people in this room and throughout the private sector are driving innovation and enhancing AI capabilities every day. The onus remains squarely on the Department of Defense to tailor, adopt, and field these systems to our service members at an operationally relevant pace. We are at a critical junction in the development of AI and emerging technologies. We must drive a culture of increased collaboration between the Pentagon and the private sector and reduce bureaucratic red tape to enable these outcomes. I was concerned to see that the Air Force recently took a step away from this pursuit when AFWorks abruptly ceased funding the Defense Ventures Fellowship Program that so many of you in this room are familiar with and have participated in. While the United States faces stark competition from adversaries like China, it has never been more imperative to leverage American ingenuity in the private sector, making the Air Force's decision to end the DVP both short-sighted and misguided. To address this lack of vision, I am proud to announce today that I am leading an effort to reconstitute a venture DoD fellowship program at the Office of Strategic Capital in this year's National Defense Authorization Act. Over time, this program will lower the barriers to entry for venture-backed non-traditional defense tech startups by eliciting cultural change throughout the acquisition community. The next generation of DoD acquisition professionals must be armed to optimally leverage traditional and non-traditional defense vendors to deliver the best possible capabilities directly to the warfighter. I look forward to the incredible panels and discussion that will come throughout the afternoon, and I'm grateful again for the work each of you have done and will continue to do to ensure the United States is able to leverage the world's best technology in pursuit of solving critical national security problem sets that face us as a nation today. With that, I want to turn it over to my friend and chairman of the House AI Task Force, Congressman Jay Obernolte from California, who is a true leader on these issues, for his remarks. Thank you so much again for the opportunity to be here today. Proud to turn it over to Jay Obernolte.
Wow. Thank you, Elise, for that warm welcome, and thank you very much to Jacob for convening this forum on my favorite topic in the world, which is artificial intelligence. It's a little known fact that I never wanted to be in Congress. I actually wanted to be a researcher in AI. When I was in 7th grade, my father brought home an Apple II computer from work, and he gave me a book on how to teach yourself to program in BASIC. It was pretty minimal then. We didn't have the money for a disk drive, so I had to type in every program. Every time the computer was turned on, got me very good at debugging. I went to Caltech and got a degree in computer engineering, and my ambition in life was to be an academic and do cutting-edge research in AI, because I was as convinced then as I am now that AI is going to completely change our world, the way we interact with each other, and the way that commerce is done. Along the way, something happened that completely deflected me, which is that I answered a want ad on our bulletin board in our computer science department looking for an expert programmer for a certain microprocessor. And I called the number, just wanted money to buy a car, believe it or not. And it turned out to be a company working with this little-known firm in Japan that had an outlandish name. Maybe you've heard of them. They called themselves Nintendo. And they were about to introduce their first game machine in North America, and they were looking for English-speaking programmers to help them write video game software. So that became my side hustle. I went to UCLA working on my PhD in AI, doing some of the early research on natural language processing and computer vision. We were trying to teach computers to conduct a symbolic understanding of a narrative and be able to really understand symbolically what people were trying to say when they spoke to a computer. And it turns out that's a really hard problem 30 years ago, and it's still a really hard problem now. So that was going to be my ambition right up until one of the games that I'd written for the Sega Genesis went platinum, as we say in the industry. And that kind of deflected me out of my PhD in AI and into a career in business. So I ran a video game development studio for 30 years and then found myself in Congress. So it is an honor to be leading the House AI Task Force. I think that computer scientists are underrepresented in Congress. In fact, at my last count, we had more professional athletes in Congress than we do have computer scientists. I blame all of you for that. Send me reinforcements here. The House AI Task Force is brand new. We were constituted earlier this year with the express task of creating by the end of the year a federal regulatory framework for artificial intelligence. So easy, right? By the end of the year, we're going to deliver a report that details our approach to regulating AI. And this is a critically important task, because I don't need to tell you, the people in this room, how important AI is. not just to our economic competitiveness, but to our national security in this country. We have kind of two ideas that are in tension. One is that we want to make sure we guard against the potential malicious use of AI and the harmful consequences of AI. But at the same time, we want to make sure we enable the beneficial uses of AI, because AI is such a powerful tool for enhancing worker productivity. So I think it's important that we have this North Star firmly in mind when we establish a framework. And I think you have to have a reason for regulation. If you just regulate for the sake of regulating, I think you're on a fool's errand. If you want an example, I think, of what not to do, you can look to the European Union. The EU last year passed, finally, a 3,000-page bill they called the AI Act, a bill that they had to rewrite twice along the way as the face of AI changed, as large language models became evident, and as the power of generative AI became apparent. But they finally got it passed. They're creating an almost universal licensing requirement for anything but low-risk use contexts for AI. And they're spinning up a brand new bureaucracy to regulate it. And to me, that is regulating for the purpose of regulation. If instead we view the task of regulating through the lens of reducing consumer harms, I think it becomes a lot clearer the path that we need to go down. We are kind of at a junction right now where we have to decide whether or not to spin up a new agency to regulate AI, or whether or not we empower our existing sectoral regulators to regulate the use of AI within their sectoral spaces. I think it's very important that we talk about this, because it's a momentous decision, one that's going to influence the way that AI is regulated in this country. And our sectoral regulators are already having to deal with this problem. I was astonished a few months ago when we had a meeting of the Health Subcommittee on which I sit, and the FDA testified that it has already issued over 500 permits for the use of AI in medical devices. Think about that, 500 permits. 200 of those devices are already on the shelves. It's hard to imagine a higher risk context for AI than in a medical device. And yet, our sectoral regulators are already having to navigate this space. And perhaps that's appropriate. NIST issued a risk management framework last year that I thought was really excellent work. And in that framework, they made the point that the risks of AI are highly contextual. Something that is unacceptably risky in one use context could be completely benign in another context. And I think the idea of sectoral regulation captures that. So you have to ask whether it would be simpler to teach the FDA what it might not already know about the use of AI in the medical space, or would it be easier to teach a brand new agency everything the FDA has learned about ensuring patient safety over the last 50 years? I think it's pretty clear that it's the former and not the latter. But that's not to understate the difficulty of the task ahead of us. We definitely need to spin up federal agencies to create testing and evaluation standards for AI. We need regulatory sandboxes for the testing of potentially malicious AI. We need pools of technical talent that are available to other federal agencies. We need international cooperation in the setting of standards and the monitoring of the training of potentially malicious AI. All of these things have to happen. But I think it's important to keep that North Star in mind. We want to make sure we mitigate potential harms while still allowing the industry to flourish. And this is particularly important to remember in the context of our international stance on the world stage. It's probably no surprise to anyone in this room that in 2017, China made a commitment to becoming the world's superpower in AI by the year 2030. And they are well along in that mission. They have devoted vast amounts of resources to achieving that goal. Many of the world's top AI companies are in China. Several years ago, China passed the United States in the number of PhDs it was graduating in computer science. This year, it is likely they will graduate double the number of PhDs in computer science that we do in the United States. Last year, we graduated about 830,000 four-year students with STEM degrees. Last year, China graduated 3.2 million students with four-year STEM degrees. We are never going to maintain our stance on the world stage if we can't solve this problem. And one reason I'm bringing it up today is that I would love to enlist everyone in this room's help in doing that. This audience has the reach to achieve a more universal catalyzation of our student body into those STEM fields, and we're going to desperately need those students if we're going to remain competitive on the world stage. China also has some structural advantages over the US. Obviously, they have a very centralized economy that makes it much easier for them to devote resources in a way that, that can advance a goal like the one that they've set for themselves. They are also making the use of AI in their own governance. They're creating what is going to be the most advanced surveillance state in the world, if it already is not. However, we have some advantages of our own. We're much better at entrepreneurialism than they are. That's something that's always been true of America. We have another advantage, which is that because of the nature of the Chinese government's control over their economy, they have also enacted some of the strictest controls in the world over the commercial use of AI. So it's definitely an advantage that the United States is going to have in competing with our geopolitical rivals. But that does not underscore the problem that we have with our national security and the use of AI. I think it's pretty clear if you look at the doomsday scenarios for the use of AI. Kind of the worst doomsday scenario one can imagine is a nation state attempting to use AI offensively. That's probably a lot more poignant to the people in this room than the conventional doomsday scenario, which is something out of the Terminator, where a wave of evil robots rises to take over the world with their red laser eyes. A much more plausible scenario is a geopolitical rival using their mastery of AI offensively to further their own geopolitical gains. But the good news is the best defense against the malicious use of AI is the defensive use of AI. And that's why it's so important that we maintain the United States' competitive leadership in this field. There was an open letter last year that I think probably most people saw, written by some pretty deep thinkers and deliberative folks calling for a worldwide halt in the development of advanced AI. And although I sense that that letter was well-intended, I think it was very unrealistic. Because if we stopped in the development of AI, and let's pretend that we in Congress had the power to completely halt it anywhere within the borders of the United States, which I think is optimistic in itself, but even if we could, we're not going to halt development of AI by our geopolitical rivals, such as China and others. And if we're acknowledging that the best defense against the malicious use of AI is the use of AI itself, it's critical that we continue. So I think that that underscores the need to get our job of regulating right, of striking that balance between stimulating the productive use of AI and protecting against the malicious use of AI. And I'd like to end on a note of optimism, because I think that if you look at the entire history of our country, you'll find that every single expansion of our gross domestic product was heralded by a corresponding increase in American worker productivity. Every single one. You really can't have one without the other. The productivity of our workers is what drives our economy. And yet, in the last 6 years, our worker productivity has been in decline. I think AI has the potential to reverse that trend. And it will be disruptive. No one pretends that it won't. Every major technological innovation is, going back to the invention of the printing press, but most recently, the advent of the internet. But that shouldn't take away from the fact that AI has the potential to create not only an expansion of our economy, but a rising wave of prosperity that literally lifts all the boats. So that's kind of our North Star when we're looking at what could happen with AI. But it makes it very clear how important it is for us to get our job right. So I want to thank you very much for being here. Please go back to your companies and your communities and send us some reinforcements here. We need more kids with four-year degrees. We need more kids with PhDs in computer science. We need more computer scientists in Congress, and we need more attention paid to this critically important issue. So thank you very much, and look forward to having the discussion with you.
To discuss perspectives on the U.S.-China techno-economic war and the national security implications of AI, please welcome advisor to Palantir CEO Jacob Hellberg and founder of Khosla Ventures, Vinod Khosla, and Senator Todd Young.
Welcome. So we're going to get started with a discussion on the U.S.-China techno-economic war. Vinod, you've been a vocal proponent that China and the U.S. are in a techno-economic war. Where does AI fit into that war? Is AI the modern-day equivalent of the atomic bomb? And if so, should the U.S. be thinking about mobilizing for a new Manhattan Project?
AI is unlike most other technologies. In fact, the last big change in technology was when we got the steam engine, the electric motor, when we replaced human muscle power. This time, it's replicating human brain power. So think of AI as almost all expertise will be near free, whether you're talking structural engineers or oncologists or primary care physicians or rocket engineers. So why it's so important in this techno-economic war with China? There's clearly the hard power war machine AI. There's cyber warfare. There's what I call persuasive AI on things like TikTok. But the most important piece is often ignored. Whoever wins this war wins the economic race. And I think because of that, will influence most of Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America with their social philosophy. So winning the race for AI wins economic power, which then lets you influence social policy or ideology. And President Xi has been very clear on what ideology he wants. And he said internally in China, there's no compromising on that. So I think AI has really strong economic consequences and hence social consequences.
I want to turn to a question for you both. A lot has been said about how AI is drastically changing warfare and outcomes on the battlefield. What does an AI-enabled conflict between two superpowers look like? Senator Young.
Thank you so much, Jacob, for the questions. It's great to be here with all of you and with Vinod, and I would certainly embrace what Vinod said about the tectonic implications of continued development and deployment of AI technologies. I think as a policy maker, it's incumbent upon us to prepare for whatever the future holds. Perhaps it is more modest in terms of the impact across certain areas of society. But if we're not preparing for the most dramatic implications, we've missed something. And no area is this more important than in warfare. You know, I think one of the things, this is perhaps the most discussed implication of AI technologies and what we anticipate it enabling in the fairly near future will be the automation of not just certain physical processes, but literally of decision making, right? Life and death decisions, which can be automated. And so I actually believe there will be, in fairly short order, a lot more comfort developed around that idea, knowing that our adversaries are likely to empower machines to make very intelligent decisions very quickly through advances in AI technology. And if we have to have an intermediary using our gray matter to make those decisions, it will slow us down. It could lead to suboptimality. There are other decisions that will be easier one could see to automate areas of cybersecurity, logistics. We'll see automation. We'll see adoption of AI technologies probably more quickly in some of these areas. There'll be unglamorous areas of warfare that will be transformed by AI. Think preventative maintenance for vehicles and other platforms. I think even those decisions that remain under the purview of human beings, and there'll be a whole lot of those, will be improved handsomely by the use of AI technologies to come up with certain, a handful of options in any given scenario, and then you apply human judgment informed by human values to those different options, leading to faster decision making, the ability to learn from your decisions very quickly and change course if you need to, again, informed by AI technology. And then sort of the last prediction I have is that the data we use to train different AI technologies for warfare will oftentimes be wrong. We'll be surprised, right? There'll be an entirely different scenario than was expected. And so some systems will very quickly be found to fall short, and we'll have to learn how to replace those decision-making tools with other systems, be very adaptable.
Vinod, you've been very eloquent in a Medium post about this as well.
Yeah, obviously there's traditional uses, smart robots, smart aircraft, smart drones. But there's even more creative uses of AI. About 2 or 3 weeks ago in The Economist, there was a great article of how over the last month, Ukraine has been using AI. It's all hacked together. It's picking up unusual cues in the environment to target Russian soldiers because they've been short of weapons. So there will be lots of creative uses. But the one, and this pertains to the TikTok issue, President Xi has said the battle for mind control, I think this is a quote, will be in a smokeless battlefield. And he's referring to the internet. I think that's pretty close to a direct translation. And I think that's where we will see what I call persuasive AI, both influencing our elections. I'd be surprised if there aren't millions of bots trying to be persuasive in our election cycle this time. But beyond that, influencing young kids. He even said in this particular paper I saw, or translation I saw, that this battle for mind control is long and will take patience, yet there shouldn't be any compromise on ideology.
That makes sense. If you look at the AI supply chain, it's quickly becoming global. TSMC is in Taiwan, DeepMind's in London, ASML is in the Netherlands, and now the UAE is positioning itself as a global compute hub to help our companies train advanced models. There is a policy debate going on between those who are comfortable with a fundamentally global supply chain and those who favor the idea of a more sovereign approach to AI. The basic rationale is that if AI is like the atomic bomb, it wouldn't make sense to exacerbate our dependence on other countries for our most vital capabilities. So my question for you both is, are you concerned at all that unless we drastically upgrade our energy infrastructure and ramp up our investments in large computing clusters here at home, that we could find ourselves in a situation a few years down the line where we're overly reliant on foreign partners like the UAE to train our most advanced AI models and capabilities? I'm curious as to where you both fall in this debate. And maybe we could start with Vinod and work our way.
I'm less concerned about the UAE. I think there'll be enough compute power in the US and in Western Europe. And I think it's generally a good thing that various countries have their own efforts, and it reduces critical dependence. So I think that's, in general, a good thing. I'm especially not that worried about the Mideast effort. And if there's another center of compute there, that should be fine. I am more worried about what we do in this country, and especially the state-of-the-art models and how effective they can be. I do think most of the talent is in this country, and if you're going to do a good job of competing, I think immigration of PhDs and computer science majors and others is so critical in winning this battle, and we've slowed down that import, and it has served us very well the last 20 or 30 years. So I do think that's where the battleground will be, not so much efforts like the UAE might mount. We have an effort in Japan based on kanji script, which is tokenized differently. We have an effort in India based on the 13 different scripts in India. So those are good, healthy things. We tend not to do anything ever in China ourselves. So I think more distribution is a good thing, especially, and I think of the supply chain as more people who believe in liberal philosophy, as opposed to our freedom of speech and some of the values we have, versus people who believe in a different ideology. Supply chain within those areas, I think, will work fine. I'm particularly concerned about Taiwan and TSMC's, our dependence on TSMC. I think that's our biggest vulnerability.
That makes sense. Senator Young, have people been talking about this in the halls of the Senate at all?
Increasingly, my colleagues are discussing these things, which is why we've had a lot of staff interest in this gathering. And, Senator Schumer, myself, Heinrich Rounds, roughly a year ago, convened these AI forums to educate ourselves. A number of staff members participated as well, and this has been among the conversations we're having. So in addition to investing in workforce, which is clearly going to be very important, unlocking data, what are some of the, perhaps, what's some of the business that we've been working on for a number of years that really has not come to fruition that will become very important in this new era, so to speak? One is the need to permit. So permitting reform for our fabs so that we can make the chips that will, lead to processing the data and stay ahead of the competition. That's going to be really important. Permitting with respect to, data centers and the compute clusters. So all of these things are going to be increasingly important. But really, I think a good model here may be a variant of the CHIPS and Science Act. So for semiconductors, we have been willing to work with most countries in the world, but increasingly work less with those who we have a high level of distrust, knowing that we have extended supply chains for semiconductors. Your average chip crosses 70 international borders between it by the time it ends up with the consumer. So this could be analogous. We're going to have a collaboration across multiple international borders to develop and deploy these systems. And if we can come up with common standards, then our adversary, China, there's some others out there, they're going to have to sell into this market embedded with our standards, for things like privacy and bias and so forth. So I think that is a more modest vision than coming up with a sovereign AI system. I happen to think it's a better vision as well, because the UAE is you mentioned, but there's a lot of countries in the global south who want to partake in this AI-enabled world, and they will find a way to partake with China, if not with us. So let's co-opt them, let's partner with them, and mutually benefit in the process.
Another contentious point on the AI policy debate has been on the open source versus closed model approach. And Vinod, you've been a vocal critic of allowing to open source our most advanced AI models and called for national security safeguards. You tweeted, "Would you open source the Manhattan Project Are you in favor of a know your customer rule? How do you think about whether we should cut off China's access to our most advanced capabilities? And Senator Young, I'm curious to know, how is the Senate thinking about that approach? Because obviously there are trade-offs.
You're going to start with Vinod, right?
I'll start with Vinod.
No.
I've called for treating state-of-the-art models, which are called SOTA models or frontier models, and restricting them like we would like a rocket technology or a Lockheed technology. I don't think we can keep permanently ahead, but we can slow China down. The argument I hear for not close sourcing these state-of-the-art models is there's Chinese implants in our companies, there's cyber attacks that take this on. All that is true, but we can slow them down. I'll give you one example. I can't name the company. They were publishing a lot on their developments. This is not in AI, it's in energy technology. And the Chinese developed a parallel effort that replicated that technology. They then decided to not publish. Cyber attacks went through the roof on this company, but the Chinese effort slowed down. It's fallen behind the US effort. So that's a classic example of what can happen, not that they won't eventually catch up. But it's pretty important that we slow them down in any way we can. We won't keep them permanently behind. I don't buy the cat's out of the bag argument. I think we can still slow them down.
Senator Young, could you give us a brief
Sure.
sneak peek into the Senate?
Well, that where you ended up, that appeals to me because it strikes me as a modest and therefore a realistic approach. Try and slow down your adversaries or those who might use these amazing tools to harm others. And so that would be very consistent with my thoughts about partnering with other countries and regional partners. Export controls, for example, is an area where I commend the administration for making a lot of progress. Hasn't been perfect, but they've worked with the Japanese. They've worked with the Europeans. We still have some more work to do, but I'd like an expansion of those efforts and those kind of efforts moving forward. I think, open source, closed source, that's highly unresolved by members of Congress. I think we will see a lot of debate about that issue in coming years. My suspicion here again is that we don't end up gravitating towards an all open source or all closed source solution. We're going to have some of both moving forward, recognizing the benefits of the openness, but also the vulnerability. So the key will be, based on people like Vinod and others offering counsel over the last year or so, to stay ahead of our competitors, which requires constant, iterative, sometimes more than iterative, innovation, the training of our workforce, and making sure that we have kind of a legal and regulatory atmosphere that lends itself to that. It also requires one other thing. It requires greater visibility into how much progress your adversaries are making. And right now, most of the assessments of that strike me as somewhat facile. We don't have enough information. So we need to institutionalize that effort, almost like an Office of Net Assessment within our government, to determine where we are versus where China is in developing AI technologies. I have some legislation with Senator Bennett that would bring this about.
I just want to add one comment to that. People talk about international treaties. That's really naive. In nuclear, use of nuclear was verifiable. In biowarfare, use of biowarfare was mostly verifiable. If we look at the SARS virus, if it's used or deployed. In AI, it's not a verifiable technology. And so international treaties are worthless because there's no verification of the technology. And so we should keep this in mind for those who propose we have international treaties. It's very naive. Do we trust President Xi? I don't.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Vinod Khosla and Senator Young.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Jacob.
Thank you.
And now a special video message from the Vice President-elect of Taiwan, B. Kim Xiao.
The honorable members of Congress, members of the technology sector, distinguished guests, I would like to express my gratitude to USCC Commissioner Jacob Hellberg for inviting me to say a few words at this Hill and Valley Forum. I regret that I am not able to be with you in person, but it is my hope that this forum will open doors and pave the way for an even closer Taiwan-U.S. partnership in the realm of technology and national security, as both our countries strive to meet the security challenges of our time. I believe I am among an audience that fully understands the severity and urgency of these security challenges, which span across multiple domains. In Taiwan, we are already confronting daily contests against our cyberspace, information, telecommunications, public infrastructure, as well as our maritime and airspace. While upholding democratic values and basic freedoms, our goal in Taiwan is to remain strong against coercion with capabilities powerful enough to deter aggression and thus prevent conflict. Over half of global maritime commerce passes through the vicinity of the Taiwan Strait. Most reliable tech devices, from iPhones to AI-empowering data centers globally, also require advanced chips and components from Taiwan. Taiwan is an irreplaceable and indispensable contributor to global technology advancements. Indeed, the peace and security of Taiwan is essential to global prosperity, and public and private stakeholders around the world must come together to ensure that peace and prosperity prevail. In recent years, in our security partnership with the United States, among many lines of efforts, there has been much attention on acquiring asymmetric systems of defense. However, the traditional asymmetric systems, cost-effective, small, agile, survivable systems, while believed to be effective, may not be sufficient to meet our immediate goals. First, we must acknowledge that there are some deficiencies in the traditional U.S. defense industry production base. It could be due to decades of peace dividends leading to inertia or disrupted supply chains that are hard to reconnect. But the hard truth is that the current U.S. defense industry base is producing neither enough nor on time the hardware to meet global demand. Second, we are in a race in innovations and applications of new and emerging technologies. While we are learning meaningful lessons from Ukraine's defense, so are Russia and China. If our adversaries are quickly adapting and investing in new technologies, we have no choice but to find a way to get ahead. I have been deeply impressed by innovations in the American private sector, and I appreciate that I have had a few opportunities to see in person demonstrations of some of those new capabilities that integrate cutting-edge software and AI with adept hardware. It is truly inspirational to see these inventions open doors to new concepts in asymmetric deterrence and defense. While being inspired and impressed, however, I must admit that I have also been personally distressed by the same policy dilemmas that your country has been through, in bridging the divide between disruptive private ingenuity on the one hand and established processes and government regulations on the other, or the valley and hill divide. Historically, the Taiwan defense establishment has been quite exclusive, and we have not yet managed to fully leverage our own private sector, which has already demonstrated cutting-edge technological talent. We need to align our language, our concepts, and our policies. The United States, through mechanisms such as the Defense Innovation Unit, is demonstrating a possible way forward, and in Taiwan, we are learning from you and working to build a similar mechanism in our system. However, even after we get our policy directions aligned in our respective countries, we must come back to tackle the same challenges that shadow our defense industries, and that is production capacity and scale. We have read with interest the National Defense Industrial Strategy published by the Pentagon a few months ago, which highlights the need for international collaboration among allies and partners. I believe this is where a Taiwan partnership with the United States is not only a force multiplier, but an absolute necessity. Through integrated collaboration or a possible co-production scheme, together we can add resilience and efficiency to our defense supply chains. As you know, Taiwan excels in hardware manufacturing. Combining U.S. innovation and strengths in security-related software, design, systems integration, and AI with Taiwan's ecosystem of materials, machine tools, integrated chips, and an agile workforce, together we can manufacture nearly anything as efficiently and reliably as anyone in the world. As a primary stakeholder in deterring China's authoritarian expansion, Taiwan is determined and committed to our self-defense. And having the indigenous capacity to contribute to manufacturing our defense requirements is part of our effort to secure stability in our region. So I seek your support for Taiwan's inclusion in the DoD's NDIS international collaboration mechanisms such as SOSA, Security of Supply Arrangements. I also look forward to exploring further public-private partnerships that will contribute to more resilient defense industries and thus much stronger and more credible deterrent capabilities. Thank you for your attention. And again, though I am unable to be with you in DC today, my office in Taiwan is open to working with you toward defending our shared values and securing our shared interests.
Up next, to discuss America's readiness for an AI Pearl Harbor, please welcome Senator Kristen Sinema, Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans of the Department of Homeland Security, Robert Silvers, and Chief Technology Officer of the Central Intelligence Agency, Nan Mulchandani.
Well, thank you so much, both of you, for being here today for this important conversation. You know, rapid advancements in generative AI have caught the world by surprise. And I think we all agree it would have great benefits to our world, but it does come with great risks, particularly in the national security space. Malicious state and non-state actors already pose threats to American and world security and stability. AI can supercharge these threats, making a range of cyber and other attacks accessible to more bad guys. China, Iran, and Russia, they're all pouring billions into AI research and development. Now, you two are here with us today as the experts. So my first question is, how do you see the development of AI altering the national security space? And what do you see as the most critical application gaps as we prepare for strategic competition with regional and near-peer competitors? Nan.
Great. Well, thank you. Amazing topic. I've been in the tech industry for 30 plus years as an entrepreneur. Sold a bunch of companies in Silicon Valley now, and CTO of the Jake, and now CTO of agency. So in my career, I think there have been probably two other discontinuities that I can think of the size and scale of this is driving. And both on the sell side of technology and on the buy side of technology, we have to be right on top of it. At CIA, we are all in not only on AI from a use perspective, offensively, defensively for our own internal operations. But Director Burns, when he joined, made a giant pivot towards what we think of as technology as an intelligence target. And the core of that is the AI challenge. Now, to answer your question, the trick here is industry is doing its part in terms of driving the innovation. And literally every single week, we're seeing this, just the previous panel, Vinod was talking about closed versus open source, et cetera. I mean, that debate is not even a settled debate. We're right in the fog of war. And all these changes are happening. And on the national security side, we have to be incredibly good customers when it comes to tracking and being ready to absorb this technology. So from a procurement perspective, from an architecture perspective, from a systems perspective, being able to pull the best of this in while retaining optionality as we go through the commoditization curve that this tech is going through over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, we have to be right on top of it on the bleeding edge. And I mean, for instance, we're public now, which is a rare thing for CIA to talk about. We have LLMs in production at the agency, and we're looking at transforming every single part of what the agency does, from operations to the analytic function, support functions, and other pieces there. So we don't think there's anything more important than this out there.
Rob.
I think what we're going to see as AI develops further is a series of arms races, if you will. You're going to see all kinds of AI applications for offensive use, whether that be cyber offensive use, cyber attacks, traditional weaponry and missile systems, and the like. And then you're going to see incredible defensive use cases with AI too. And the jury is going to be out for a while as to who's winning, the offensive actors or the defensive actors. And it may be not uniform across the board, and it may not even be uniform moment to moment. I think the key is that the United States must maintain its competitive advantage in AI, both in government use cases at agencies like the CIA and DHS, obviously the Pentagon, our military, but also in the private sector, which is going to be developing so much of this foundational technology. And so we need to be focused when you talk about what are the gaps. China, Russia, Iran are pouring in billions, all true. So what are we doing to maintain that edge? A huge component of that is attracting the best AI and engineering talent to this country. We just have to be in a position where if there is talent up for grabs in this world, they are coming to the United States to work for us, whether our commercial sector or the government, as opposed to an adversary. So one thing that we've done at President Biden, when he issued his foundational executive order on artificial intelligence, security, and safety late last year, he ordered us at the Homeland Security Department to streamline our visa process for high-skilled workers so that we can win that talent. And we have increased the number of, there's different visa categories, but between 30 and 55% across various high-skilled immigration categories so that we can be winning this incredibly important competition for talent, which in turn is going to be what develops the most sophisticated AI use cases, including for national security.
After the Gulf War, Chinese strategists believed that information dominance represented an advantage. So the U.S. surveyed the battlefield, we made quick, precise decisions, and now we have further improved our targeting ability by incorporating AI. So how have you two seen China preparing for the next conflict differently than they have prepared in the past? And how is the U.S. preparing for and responding to these threats? Rob.
Well, we've been very vocal in recent months about what we see as China preparing the digital battlefield. There's a Chinese cyber threat group that we call Volt Typhoon that is essentially pre-positioning across critical infrastructure in the United States in a way that suggests it's not for intelligence gathering, it's not for traditional espionage. The Chinese have done that for a long time, so have we, so have the Russians. But they're infiltrating various critical infrastructure operators around the country where there really wouldn't be any intelligence value for them. It really leads only to the conclusion that they're pre-positioning to do something disruptive in the event of an outbreak of hostilities. And so we have been very loud and out in front with our companies here in the United States about what we're seeing, what these Chinese threat actors are doing, and how to successfully defend against it, though that is challenging to do. And so that's a key part of it. The other thing we need to do to prepare is, we've seen in these major geopolitical events, like Russia's invasion of Ukraine a couple of years ago, you have these massively disruptive spillover effects on supply chains, on transportation networks, and the like. Every company needs to be preparing for a Taiwan scenario.
Yeah.
They need to expect that something is going to happen and think 3 shots, 4 shots, 5 shots ahead about how that is going to impact their business and what they would do to make sure that they can keep resilient and operating. And every government agency has to do that as well and will, but truly the impacts of something like that would be felt across the public sector, of course, but the private sector too.
When you think of the Gulf War lessons versus, I think, what the lessons are going to be from what comes next, that was an insanely hardware-focused war that was enabled by software. This one is going to be primarily a software war that is powered by something like AI, where the hardware itself, so, I call this the idea of software-defined warfare, right? We saw this in sort of the technology industry, how we basically moved out of the agility of hardware. It's slow, it's expensive, it depreciates. The idea is the game's all going to be on software, and the turbocharging of software with this AI stuff creates the weaponization that will bring scale. And I think the Chinese understand this because, in some sense, our design point for our military and functions have been a hardware-centric design point. And in many cases, this is what we call the bypass copper model, which is you just bypass our case, we're the adversaries, model of warfare and just go to a completely digital-centric version of it. So the cyber stuff that they do, which is at scale and incredibly good, other things. Now, here's where the game gets interesting, is to add to something what Robert said and the theme here, others said. I actually say 2 things when I talk about this competition with China. Number one, we have to stop using the word race when it comes to the fight with them, because that implies that there is a distinct endpoint, there is a gold medal winner, and somebody goes home with not the gold. This is an infinite race. This is not going to stop. It's going to keep on going. And given that this is a digital fight, it's not a zero-sum game. So what they get versus what we get, in terms of, there was a discussion of open sourcing this IP. That's exactly right, which is every time we give, it creates a multiplier effect that everyone gets. Now, on their side, what we're finding, obviously it's open source reporting on this and known, is the Chinese themselves are now taking a lot but giving very back in this market. So, for instance, just the breakthroughs that gave us these LLM breakthroughs and everything was an open source paper that we wrote and just gave the IP away. Controlling the model, stuff like that, I think will only get us so far. The trick right now is for us to get on our running shoes and keep running as fast as possible and changing the game across every single, and it's not only AI. Stick AI in front of any emerging tech market, biotech, space technology, quantum, telco. Once you add AI in front of it, that literally turbocharges, changes the game. And we have to be just fighting across every single one of these emerging tech areas across the board with these folks, and it's going to keep on going.
I think that's an interesting challenge for government, because government historically works in a very kind of slow, concrete manner.
That's right.
With the idea of let's do this procurement, here's our RFP, and now we're done. And what you're describing is incredibly different. So I think the implication for government is really interesting there, that as members of Congress, we may need to think differently about the way that we're thinking, not just about appropriations and funding, but also enabling legislation that allows us to continue moving at that pace, rather than thinking in this kind of short-term, achieve the goal, we're done way.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, the architectural shift, when I was at DOD and now at CIA, one of the key things that we are working on internally is how do you actually fundamentally change the architecture, your digital architecture, to be able to do this stuff at scale. The model that we see in every enterprise that I used to sell to for 25 years of startups and now looking at our own architecture tends to be a siloed architecture.
Yes.
You have problem A, you apply money B against it and solve it. So you end up with 79 different disparate systems, all isolated, don't work. Refactoring that entire architecture, your data architecture, your application architecture, your agility, and this is the Ukraine war lesson.
Yeah.
The organization and the military and the government that can sling code the fastest and close arbitrage opportunities when the fighting starts, that is going to be the winning military. That's going to be the winning intelligence organization, the winning government. However, we have what's called a mark-to-market problem, which is we don't go to war every day. We go to war, hopefully, never go to war. But when we go to war, it's marked over a decade, 2 decade, 3 long decade period. And so the efficacy of what you've built and understanding your effectiveness against the competition never gets marked quickly. And so we're going to find out a lot should this ever happen, and hopefully it doesn't. We will find out a lot about the capabilities that sort of match each other at the point of contact. And I think the question is, how do we iterate fast?
There's actually a really powerful lesson from Ukraine, which is at the outset of when it was clear that Russian forces were about to invade, Ukraine's government made a very wise decision to immediately move huge amounts of its IT infrastructure onto the cloud outside of Ukrainian territory. They brought in Western cybersecurity companies. They brought in Western and allied government cyber agencies to help them prepare. And while the conflict overall has obviously been hugely grinding and painful, when it comes to digital defense, sort of defense against Russia's digital assault on Ukraine, Ukraine has been able to defend itself far better than anyone anticipated. In fact, to the point now where if Russia wants to take out parts of the electric grid, it launches in a missile into Ukraine. It does not typically try a cyber attack at this point, and missiles are expensive and scarce for them. And so it does show that with preparedness, defense matters, resilience matters, and you can make your country a lot safer and more secure against these kinds of threats, but it takes the foresight and the hard work to do what Nand is saying.
No, and I want to go back to what you were saying just a moment ago about the 79 different silos. And this is very common in government, right? So, we contract with someone and they build one thing, and it works for this one thing for a few years.
That's exactly
But it doesn't communicate, it doesn't transfer, it's not growth-oriented.
We stick a human being in front to do swivel chair integration across the keyboards.
The AI models in Silicon Valley are ahead of competing nations. But the cooperation and application of these models within our defense and homeland security efforts is not where it needs to be. So what do you two suggest about the work that we should do in government over the next 3 years to maintain our competitive edge? What changes do we make in government to create this partnership that allows us to become nimble, cross-communicating, and able to move forward?
I'll take a shot on, we have a process going on at CIA right now focused on exactly solving that problem. It requires a lot of what I call sewer and plumbing work. It's not glamorous work. It's incredibly hard work to arc towards an architecture that allows you to get there. So Kai-Fu Lee's book, right, AI Superpowers, what was his core distinction between what the Chinese do versus what we do? We do an incredible job at invention, but our adoption is slower. And it's precisely because of those. And the Chinese are really good fast followers. They're really good at taking stuff that's moving down the commoditization curve to a point of maturity, and they're awesome at scaling. However, they're lucky because in many cases they have greenfield IT infrastructure and enterprise systems that are not as complicated as ours. We've digitized so early that we've now grown that. The trite answer I can give you is it takes dedicated hard work from an internal technology perspective, from an architecture perspective. And architecture is a key word we use in Silicon Valley to build scale and drive down costs and make things fast. And the question is getting great architectures, being able to do that work from a disciplined perspective internally, doing great design around products, something that we don't think about in government as much, which is great user-centric design. Because
we actually do the opposite.
I don't know if we do it purposely to piss off our users, but the question is that we need to actually spend the dedicated work that we do and take those lessons from the Valley in terms of how to build great products with great design, user journeys. These are all things that we're actually starting to do at scale at the agency. So we're doing at least our part, driven by the pressure to get this type of AI integrated in and what we call sort of invert the model of applications and insights, which go from today, when you look at IT systems and things that we do internally, it's very much of a what we call a pull model. I, as a user, I, as an intelligence officer, I, as a military officer, am pulling data out of systems. It almost sounds painful, where I'm painfully pulling information. It's extractive.
Yeah.
What you want is IT systems and technology systems to be pushing you insights.
Yeah.
And that's really the game-changing things we need to be arcing over for the next couple of years.
Rob.
Yeah, I mean, we are jumping very aggressively at the Homeland Security Department into piloting use cases for AI technology so we can do our jobs better. So we are using AI to better detect shipments of fentanyl. We are using AI to enhance customer service. We're looking at how AI can enhance the passenger screening process at airports with TSA. We're really confident that this technology can be transformative and make the American people be much more secure and have much more streamlined experiences with the range of agencies at our department. You know, to your question, Senator, on what can we do as policymakers, as legislators, to create the right conditions to use this technology well. I mean, there's a few things. I mean, one, we absolutely need government procurement reform. It is not it is not an agile enough process.
That's horrible.
System-wide, it is horrible, and we can and should do better. We also need to think about to the question of competitive edge. How can we make decisions that keep the United States ahead of adversaries? So, for example, we have been really strong on limiting the export of the highest end computer chips to countries like China to keep their AI development that might have military applications and intelligence applications behind ours. It's been a successful strategy, but we need lots more creative thinking like that. We also need to be thoughtful about how what we do in an area that might seem unrelated to national security might have unintended security impacts, and be thoughtful about that. So when you talk about competition policy and tech and things like that, part of the discussion deserves to be, well, what are the implications of those kinds of decisions when it comes to having very strong AI development and collateral technology development here in the United States versus somewhere else? And so I think all of this is nuanced, but I think we do have the right group of people across our agencies and Congress to take these on. And I think we actually have developed, for all the difficulty in our political system, and there is a lot, the United States is ahead in AI right now.
Yeah. That actually leads to my last question. You know, right now, private AI companies are fighting each other to surpass each other literally on a monthly basis, right? The development is moving so quickly. So first part of the question is, how can government cooperate with these companies who are in a never-ending race with each other for the development? How does the U.S. government cooperate with them so that we're taking advantage and getting access to that development on a nearly daily basis? And then the second thing is kind of going back to what you were mentioning earlier, Nan, which is this iteration cycle. How do we adjust to maintaining an innovation cycle within government that matches what's happening in the private market and allows us to be nimble and moving forward quickly? So, Rob, how about you take that, and then, Nan, we'll have you close out.
We need, when it comes to government working with industry on these kinds of technology and security issues, we don't need to be just lowering barriers for the two sides to work together. We need to be dissolving the barriers entirely. As an example, last week, the Department of Homeland Security announced the creation of a new AI Security and Safety Board, which is going to be chaired by Secretary Mayorkas and has as private sector members people like Sam Altman of OpenAI, Satya Nadella of Microsoft, Sundar Pichai of Google, critical infrastructure operators like the CEOs of Occidental Petroleum and Delta Airlines, and leading lights from civil society, civil rights community, and the like. And this board is going to be getting together to address and solve the biggest challenges when it comes to ensuring the secure and safe deployment of artificial intelligence. Because it's coming and it's going to have incredible benefits. It's going to cure cancer. It's going to make people's lives better in a lot of incredible ways. But we do want to have some guardrails in place to protect people. And it's only through these kinds of government and industry joint efforts, truly joint, not listening to industry and then we go and make our decision back there. It has to be truly joint thinking and outcomes. That's how we're going to accomplish it.
Obviously, I'm going to stay away from any policy pieces there. CIA, we just try to stay in the back and support, obviously, policymakers like yourself. But speaking generically about how to think about the role of the U.S. government writ large in sort of technology innovation. So I have kind of a 3-stage funnel that I've built over the past 30 years in terms of how tech innovation happens, right? You've got big R, which is research, right? The core fundamental research. You've got little d, which is basically the land of startups and venture capital, and then big D, which is a scaled public companies, right? So there's an arc that goes from big R all the way to big D. We as a country systemically have built an insanely great pipeline over decades of making great investments at every stage in the pipeline. Government's role has been most effective in the front end of the funnel, the big R side, which is where research dollars basically have been very effective in creating the fountain that has actually pushed stuff from left to right. Now, the role of government in startup and venture capital community or in public markets, et cetera, can be debated, but it's unequivocal that the work that the government has done in terms of enabling fundamental research has to continue. There was a dean of engineering that we met with and who talked about the fact, for instance, that a large, well-funded university simply does not have the compute power now to do what private industry does. And that, I think, is something that I know, government is thinking about doing that. But these are examples of where doing that fundamental investment still will pay off in a big way. Government's role in this game, in terms of AI right now, we're actually having no problems getting access to pretty much everything there is cutting edge. So this idea of Silicon Valley and government, not, at least my experience has been both at the DoD, with the Jake and Project Maven and other pieces, and then beyond here at CIA, we have access to everything. And we've actually gotten really smart about moving stuff from the low side to the high side, getting these models tested out. We basically, what do we call, retain optionality, because this stuff is changing so fast. The edict, the architectural edict to the application teams is, don't lock in early on any of this stuff, because 2 weeks from now is going to be another code drop that basically changes it. So really the imagination is now really on our side, has to be, how are we rethinking? So like our DA is listening, leaning in on, how do we rethink the analytic function for CIA? And the way I view it is you're going to have 20, 30, 40, 50, even 200% improvements in the short arc, while simultaneously we're thinking through what does the 5 and 10-year arc look like? And we're doing that across the DO, for instance. We talk about UTS, which is basically something that's really, really killing us out in the field in terms of competitively, biometrics, video cameras. Well, how do we turn it around where from an offensive or continuing those operations in the face of this much AI being thrown at us is another big area that they're looking at. So, directorate by directorate, we're rethinking, kind of reshaping every part of what CIA needs to do in the face of using it and deploying it.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. I think a couple key takeaways from our time together today is, of course, making sure that government is doing what it takes to bring the best and brightest minds, partnering with the greatest private industry actors out there on AI. And then perhaps the biggest challenge for us from a government perspective is to adjust our own structures so we have the nimbleness to be prepared for this long-term race with no finish.
Bingo.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Up next, to discuss the second space race, please welcome Founders Fund and co-founder of Varda Space, Delian Asparuhov, founder and CEO of Impulse Space, Tom Mueller, and House Appropriations Committee Chairman, Ken Calvert.
Hi, everyone. This panel is going to be a little different. We're going to be focused on talking about our generation's space race rather than AI. Both the United States and our near-peer adversaries like China have plans to put humans in permanent bases on the surface of the moon over the next decade. There is serious risk that a decade from today, the primary language on the moon will be Chinese, and the lunar government will be run by a genocidal dictatorship rather than a democratic republic. Let's talk about how we prevent that. My panelists on stage today are Chairman Ken Calvert, who represents California's 41st Congressional District, and he serves on the House Appropriations Committee as the chairman of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. And in some ways most interesting, he also has a rivet that he installed on a Varda reentry capsule that went to space and back in his office. My other panelist, Tom Mueller, is one of the world's leading spacecraft propulsion experts. As one of SpaceX's founding members, he was responsible for much of their propulsion technologies and is now the founder and CEO of Impulse Space, where he's helping lead the development of the in-space transportation infrastructure that will help accelerate the expansion of the overall space economy. So to kick things off, Chairman Calvert, Mueller, who do you guys think are the main players in this upcoming sort of new space race, and why is space such a critically important and contested domain?
Well, if you want me to start out, obviously China is moving very quickly in space. We're still the leaders, but China is nipping at our heels, and Russia still has significant capability. So, but we have a lot of other players. India is certainly getting involved. Other countries are building up their space capability. But to get to Moon and to Mars, I think the United States and China are the two primary folks to get there.
And we're all here today because there's obviously a new frontier of commercial integration into the processes and the platforms of the DoD. But how do you guys think that companies can best step in? Where are the opportunities you see for explosive growth in the space sector? And what do you think companies should be doing that they aren't yet today? Tom, maybe you want to jump in?
Yeah, well, I think we're seeing explosive growth in space, and that mainly started with SpaceX. It's like they went from who are you guys to, launching every couple days, have 6,000 satellites on orbit, have brought internet into space, and using Starlink to fund basically further growth, which is the Starship, a fully reusable vehicle, which will bring down the cost of access to space by another order of magnitude and increase the tonnage that can go to space with each flight by almost an order of magnitude. And that's, I think, that's going to really start what I call the true space age. I think where it's going to be economically viable to do real work in space. Manufacturing like your company does. They're going to establish propellant depots, so basically gas stations in space, if you want to think of it that way, so the hardware like Impulse Space's space transportation vehicles can stay up there and be reused and refueled with propellant that's in space, which allows you to then work and build in space. And I think AI and robotics are really going to play heavily. It's very expensive to keep and dangerous to keep people in space. I think there will be some people in space, but I think that we're going to have over the next 10 years we're going to have AI and very advanced robotics that are being developed very, very rapidly now that can really help assemble in space. And I think once you start that explosive growth in space where you have a real true commercial economy happening in space, I think it won't take too long until you realize that it's about 23 times more energy efficient to bring matter from the surface of the moon into the low Earth orbit than it is from the surface of Earth in the low Earth orbit, because the gravity will on Earth is so much greater. And so it's really going to be an economic advantage to just get water from the moon, minerals, metals from the moon, to really continue that explosive growth in space. And then that's why I think that starts the true space age. And we're using the resources in space, we're offloading resource depletion on Earth, and allows us to really expand out into the infinite frontier of space.
Tom brought up several technologies that later stage companies like SpaceX are building, Starlink as well as Starship, and R2 companies, Varda focused on in-space manufacturing, Impulse on in-space propulsion. These are clearly sort of net new capabilities that the United States has, but are only possible because of faster moving, disruptive, venture-backed companies. There's clearly a need for the DoD to foster relationships with these type of companies, and recently the department published the Commercial Space Integration Strategy that is a good step in the right direction. Chairman Calvert, do you think that there are other areas related to space capabilities that you hope to see the department leaning into and encouraging improved integration with these non-traditional defense partners?
Absolutely. Commercial ventures are actually moving a lot quicker than we do in government, so it works to our benefit to collaborate with these commercial actors, and we're doing that by creating opportunities in the department to move quicker. We've created the DIU that's running, Doug Buck is running, AppFit, which Heidi Shue is operating. I see the generals here from Future Army Command. So we're recognizing that the commercial sector is putting a lot more money in R&D than we are in the Department of Defense. We're still a big player, and we're a large investor to work with some of these new companies for our national security. And we obviously, whether it's mapping or whether it's buying imagery, a whole number of things that, and communications obviously, but a whole number of things that we can work with industry on. So looking forward to doing that.
As much as you're willing to sort of share publicly, we discussed a bit in the green room that Russia has plans to put a nuclear weapon in low Earth orbit. What are some of your biggest sort of fears when it relates to either sort of China or Russia's space capabilities or their anti-space sort of capabilities? How should we be countering those types of capabilities? And where can commercial entities like Varda, Impulse, and SpaceX actually help support our national security priorities in space?
I remember 25 years ago when I was chairman of Space Aeronautics, we were talking about not militarizing space. Remember those days? That we're going to stop that, any country from doing that. Well, China led the way, and obviously Russia has followed, and now we're obviously going to react to that. And so that horse has left the barn. Obviously, according to news reports, Russia is moving forward to put apparently a 1 megaton bomb into low Earth orbit. And that's basically as blackmail against the world if something happens that they don't agree to, that they would threaten to have that bomb go off. And of course, everything in low Earth orbit would be destroyed because of the radiation field it would create around the world. So that kind of activity, hopefully Russia will not do that. Hopefully sane people in the world will talk to our whatever sane people are left in Russia and get them to stop that, but we'll see.
And Tom, as somebody who has to sort of operate in the low Earth orbit environment and has been responsible for a lot of in-space sort of propulsion, how would you even imagine operating your company in a sort of sphere where China and Russia are actively conducting military activities?
Well, if a large nuclear weapon was let off in low Earth orbit, not only would the radiation just destroy everything on that side of the Earth immediately, but then the collisions of all the debris would continue, and it would be basically low Earth orbit would be unusable possibly for decades. So if you wanted to shut off space completely, that would be the stupid thing to do. Like the congressman said, hopefully nobody's stupid enough to do that.
And maybe to explain a bit for the audience, why is space such a contested domain, and why is it so strategically important, not just to activities in space, but also for activities down here on the ground? Where does the downside of ceding the high ground to China or Russia actually affect people here in this room?
Well, you called it. It's the high ground. I mean, that in the environment we live in today, with the electronics that we live with, the internet, our GPS systems, our day-to-day lives are dependent on what happens in space. And obviously the military is dependent on targeting, on a whole number of things, what happens in space. So ultimately we need to be sure that we're leading in that. And so we need to invest in that and make sure we continue to be the leaders in space and make sure that we're the sane actor and that we keep people from doing stupid things like Russia's proposing.
And Mr. Chairman, I know you've been a longtime leading proponent in Congress for DoD's need to move faster to field innovative technologies. You referenced DIU earlier. The fiscal year 24 appropriations bill included a nearly tenfold increase in DIU's budget and increases for rapid fielding and prototyping. How do you think those upcoming resources and authorities will help the U.S. maintain this competitive edge in space? Do you have particular areas where you're hoping for the DIU department to support?
Well, DIU is going to be looking at various technologies, not just space, but various technologies, including space. And Doug Beck, who was a senior executive at Apple, understands those types of capabilities very well. He understands why space is important, and he'll make the right. I have confidence he'll make the right kind of investments. We have $1 billion in FY24. I would like to have that go up somewhat in FY25. We also increased the AppFit program, which Heidi is running, from $150 million to $300 million. We'd like to see more of that because we're trying to bring in some of the smaller companies that have very good capability, and we can get them through that so-called valley of death. I hate that terminology. It's overused. But nonetheless, get them through it, get them to procurement, get them on contract, and that sends a market signal. And we also created, by the way, the Office of Strategic Capital, which we think we funded out at $86 million, but we think that could leverage anywhere from $5 to $6 billion in private capital formation. So these are things that I think are working in the right direction.
From my experience at Varda, I definitely feel that the term valley of death was maybe more relevant in the 2015 through 2020 timeframe. But our company started and within 3.5 years was awarded a $60 million strat-fi. The Office of Strategic Capital, DIU's increase, all of these things clearly point towards the department significantly improving how they interface with innovative companies. Tom, I'd be curious, what has been your experience at Impulse in regards to integrating and working with the DoD? Obviously, our adversaries like China take a whole nation approach to exerting their national security priorities. They effectively obviously control ByteDance, and in relation to TikTok, they directly control all of their space capabilities. Meanwhile, in the United States, we often expect the DoD to be the lone agency responsible for countering China's objectives, but need to rely on these commercial space capabilities. Tom, how do you think there could be better collaboration between regulators, DoD, commercial players such as yourselves, and where do you think policymakers like Ken Calvert could help play in bringing more interagency alignment?
Yeah, I think just a little bit of sprinkling money that was happening before wasn't working, and the way that my company had avoided the valley of death, as you mentioned, was we just went after immediate commercial markets to fund, because we know that trying to get government contracts takes, you get a little bit of seed money, you have to do these things, and it takes a long time. And there's a lot of talk in the government, in the Space Force about, sustained space operations and dynamic space, moving around in space, but there's no money until now. So now they're starting to show the money, which is great to see. We want to take some of that money. Investors are paying for us so far. Let's get some investment from the U.S. If you think about the first space race, the original space race right after World War II, the first satellites, went into orbit 10 years later, and within 15 years, we were walking on the moon. But that was 5% of the GDP of the U.S. to fund that, and now I'm not saying we need 5% of the GDP to do what we need to do, but to stay ahead in space, we need some more investment from the government. Match the funds that we're getting from VC and from investors to help us keep moving forward and stay ahead of our adversaries.
That's a good point, because even at the $1 billion and some of the money we put in these various programs, it's probably about a little over 1% of total outlay in the department's budget. We're the largest enterprise in the world, the Department of Defense. We have a budget, if we include our nuclear weapons program, it's about $1 trillion. It's a large operation, very cumbersome, very bureaucratic, and very difficult to operate under. We recognize that, and that's one of the reasons why we're trying to innovate and bring in these people that can do things better, faster, and cheaper. I love the 5 primes that we have left, but sometimes it's difficult for them to move quickly on things that that are necessary.
We talked a bit about why sort of low Earth orbit is a critical high ground and is a contested domain. But as I started off the panel, I would argue that the moon is ultimately, in some ways, the most important civil and military objective over the course of the next decade. Tom, you briefly touched on this, but I would love for you to expand a bit further about what the advantage would be to the first nation state that has established a permanent sort of lunar presence. What does that mean for materials to low Earth orbit, to Mars, expanding throughout the solar system? Why is the moon so important?
The moon has, NASA experts have estimated there's between 100 million and 1 billion tons of water at each pole, at the North Pole and at the South Pole of the moon. Water is oxygen and hydrogen. It's with energy you can make those propellants, and the way you make those propellants, they burn in a rocket engine fuel rich, which means there's excess oxygen from that process for breathing oxygen for humans. It's perfect. Like water on the moon is like finding oil, in the Middle East or gold in California. It makes moon the most valuable real estate in the solar system after Earth. China's headed there. We should be headed there also. And like I talked about, this explosive growth of the economy, the moon has a much lower gravity well. It doesn't take rocket propulsion to get off the moon. You can use a mass driver, like a catapult or a mass driver to get things off the moon into low Earth orbit. So you don't even have to burn that propellant. You can get water easily from the moon in tanks or even in blocks of ice into low Earth orbit, assemble gigantic solar arrays in orbit to get power to make propellant, and now you have gas stations in space. So it's critically important to use, and also I would mention the near-Earth asteroids same thing. They're full of water and minerals, metals, everything. Everything that's on the Earth is in these objects in the inner solar system. So you can build and operate in space without depleting and polluting the Earth. So I think that's where we're headed. It kind of seems far-fetched now, but reusable rockets seemed far-fetched 20 years ago. Internet in space seemed far-fetched 10 years ago. It's needed, and I think it's going to happen.
And given that sort of the moon is such an important high ground, and to date the United States' only real approach has been Artemis, which is funded obviously by our civil space agency. NASA today is at its lowest budget on a percentage of the entire government's budget basis over the course of the last 50 years. Chairman Calvert, how do you think about at what point should the department start to be prioritizing sort of lunar activity, lunar capabilities, not just from our civil programs, but also from our military programs?
Well, as you know, NASA has a plan to get back on the moon. The plan states somewhat between FY25 and 26. I suspect that might slip a little bit. But at some point, we've created, as you know, a Space Force, and that Space Force will be actively involved in I think, in going to the moon at some point. And that discussion is ongoing. Obviously, China is probably going to militarize the moon, I have no doubt. And so I suspect we will have a base on the moon also. And that's not out of the, and maybe by the end of this decade.
And in the summer of 2021, China demonstrated the first ever boost glide hypersonic missile system that ultimately came down from low Earth orbit, circled the Earth, and got close to its target. It's clear that it's an area that the United States is behind China, and we're rapidly looking to modernize systems to advance hypersonic testing capabilities. We can see that China is fielding these technologies, even though we have not yet, and we're not just there. Where do you see, Chairman Calvert, some of the current gaps in S&T and the fastest way to increase our hypersonic capabilities to match the Chinese, given that we expect them to militarize the moon one day? In some ways, they've already militarized low Earth orbit, and we have not yet fielded those same capabilities.
Ironically, we developed the hypersonic missile. The ramjet engine was developed in 1996. Mike Griffin then was head of NASA. We did the test. It was a successful test. I think we got up to Mach 9 at that time before it burned out, but we offered the technology to the U.S. Air Force. They declined. The Chinese promptly stole the technology and perfected it, and now have deployed it and have over 1,000 maneuverable hypersonic missiles. We have none, zero. We have invested significant amount of money into developing a hypersonic missile. That contract, we have a Navy contract, an Army contract. Air Force, the Aero program had been canceled. There's still another contract with Raytheon. It's extremely frustrating that we are so slow to get a hypersonic missile program going. The Army claims they're going to get it done this year, General. I heard that last year and the year before, so hopefully this is the year. So we'll see. But yeah, that's the problem. We don't move fast enough, and it costs a lot more than we should be paying.
There's clearly some early signals at the department changing their acquisitions strategy in relation to their reliance on the primes. Last week, Anduril announced that they moved on to the second phase of CCA, which is one of the first times over the past sort of 30 years that a top 5 prime was not one of the final contenders of such a sort of large program. How do you take that as the sort of department's sort of shift in sort of strategy, and would you expect them to start to pursue a similar shift in some of these areas like the hypersonic domain and consider no longer relying on purely the top 5 primes?
Well, by the way, it was 2 finalists, General Atomics and Anduril, and neither one are prime. That'll be in the competition. Also, Sierra Nevada got the contract for the so-called doomsday planes that we have in case of nuclear annihilation. We have these 2 planes that fly around, and as long as we have our command on that, and they got the contract for that. So, those of you who are in this market, yeah, I mean, we've come a long way, and we recognize that we need to expand the opportunities beyond the 5 primes. And I'm sure they're here in the audience. They're probably mad at me, but the fact of life is that we've got to move faster and quicker, and unfortunately it's taken us too long, and it costs too much for some of these systems. So we're going to have to broaden our horizons here.
Speaking of, in some ways, over-reliance on large companies, I think all of us here on stage are huge fans of, sort of SpaceX. They clearly, continue to move, very quickly. But on the flip side, they currently are effectively, all of the Western world's, capability to bring mass into orbit. Tom, you're obviously heavily biased as a former founder of SpaceX, but does it ever bring you any concern that there still aren't really other players, other people that can, field net similar capabilities? Even your own company, in some ways, of course, you have shares in SpaceX, but in some ways, it would be in your own company's best interest that there were more competitors to SpaceX. How do you think about the, sort of evolution of the launch industry and what's in the best interest of both companies like Impulse and the United States for how that, industry evolves?
Yeah, certainly SpaceX is so far ahead, it's hard for others to even get a foothold, but there are some more coming online, and some, like the next step, like SpaceX started, recovering rockets economically and really proved that works, and their next step is fully reusable using both the first and second stage, so you don't throw away any of the hardware, you just provide propellant and operations and refly it many times, and I know Stoke Space is doing that, and a few others are looking at doing that. In order to compete, I think in the future, it'll be all about full reusability. I really hope that these other companies can get there. SpaceX does need competition. I know they've maintained their price even though their cost has gone way down because that's the market, right? With competition, their price could come down quite a bit, and we need to see more competition.
When this kind of brings back a memory back in 2003-05, on that time frame, United Launch Alliance would come in and say, well, we need this cost plus contract because, we're not making any money. It's kind of patriotic, we do all this kind of thing. And Mike then was head of NASA, and we thought, this young guy came in and said, hey, you need a little bit of investment money and, get some launches going. So we gave him a couple of government launches. You remember those things. And we wanted to create competition for United Launch Alliance. Well, guess what? The launch cost went down by about half, and now pretty much SpaceX is the monopoly. Now, we didn't intend it to be that way. We hope to have more competitors out there. So those of you, we like to see more entrance into the space launch business. Maybe Elon doesn't feel as compelled to have a a monopoly anymore, I hope. So we'll see.
We clearly have a ton of collaboration in the civil space world, right? The International Space Station is a multinational system. Artemis has many, sort of national supporters. Chairman, I'd be curious how you think about, in relation to some of the more national security priorities, whether it's, hypersonics, eventually, sort of lunar military activity. How would we ideally collaborate with some of our, near peer allies, especially, let's say, with the, sort of recent, AUKUS, policy changes to collaborate with them on some of these types of technologies? How do you think the department should be leaning on allies in the space domain?
Well, obviously, we want allies in all aspects of our military security. We need those allies. We need Japan, South Korea, Australia, especially in the Indo-PACOM theater. And development of space is expensive. If we can get allies working with us, that'd be great. Japan has a lot of technological advancements, and so does South Korea. So do others, and so India. And so I think there's a lot of future for a lot of these countries who want to work with the United States and be friendly to our interests. And I think everybody can prosper from a great future in space.
I'm curious whether the two of you think, with SpaceX's current monopoly, if that extends for another decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, is there potential for regulators to start to come in and, similar to how Boeing and United previously were a single company and you had the builder of a fuselage and the operator of a fuselage, a single company, do you guys expect there to potentially be, sort of similar regulation in SpaceX?
I'll leave that one to Tom.
Yeah, I think as, companies like Impulse and the new space companies are evolving the technology fast, and I think it's hard for the regulation to keep up. Like, for example, on our Mir spacecraft, which we have flying right now, we from a clean sheet designed, built, and flew that in about 15 months, and it takes that long just to get approval for the spectrum. Or we would love
down
to
from space.
Yeah, you know that very well. Or for example, we would love to. We have lots of propulsion capability. We would love to deorbit that over the ocean, but the amount of bureaucracy just to deorbit it, it's like just leave it up there and let it come in randomly. It's like, well, we could actually hit the ocean with it and make sure it's not a problem. So I think like SpaceX is flying every 2 or 3 days now. I'm sure they have, almost like an airline type operation with the government on their regulation, almost not quite a rubber stamp, but just make sure that they're flying the same thing. We need to get to that point at some point for orbital transfer vehicles. Like, we're changing orbits. We're going to be over here now. Is our spectrum okay there? Where it's just more seamless.
And maybe as my last question is a bit of fun. It's a decade from today, sort of 2034 in the May time frame. Fort Kennedy on the South Pole of the moon is fully established. Do you guys go and visit?
Well, I'll be about 80 years old, so they'll let me up there. I'll go up there with Buzz Aldrin, who wants to go back to the moon.
Tom?
As I've stated on social media, my bucket list item is to ride an electric dirt bike on the moon, so hopefully I can make that happen.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next up, to discuss early lessons from Ukraine and Israel on how AI is redefining power and warfare, please welcome back Jacob Hellberg and welcome co-founder and CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp.
Nice music here.
Alex, welcome back to Washington.
Very happy to be here.
So I want to start with taking you back a few years. When I worked at Google during the unraveling of Project Maven, which Palantir proudly took up, you wrote while I worked there that the U.S. Marine serves while the Silicon Valley executives walk. That's wrong. You were one of the first CEOs to travel to Ukraine after the war, and you were the first CEO to be outspokenly on the side of Israel's right to defend itself after the October 7th attacks, and held Palantir's board meeting in Israel after those attacks. Before we jump into some of the ways you've seen AI change the battlefield, help us understand why you've been so unambiguous on why it's so important to take a side in major international events.
Well, I'm happy to be here, and I think this is a super important event. You've been able to kind of, one of the real strengths of America that maybe it's harder to appreciate if you kind of grew up here is, Americans kind of adapt and change for real. So, you had like Silicon Valley 1.0, Silicon Valley 2.0. I tended to be aligned with Silicon Valley 1.0, which was to build useful things, often with the government, and then better the world by selling them to the rest of the world, primarily in America. And you had like a full alignment of American values, American innovation, deep thought, primarily done in California, primarily, influenced by Stanford. And then you had, this is Silicon Valley 2.0, which, I think will go down as where you sowed division, very few people got wealthy. So we obviously were against that. And now you have what I think is an emerging, especially in the venture class, because historically have been one that would rage against Silicon Valley venture people. And I had all sorts of fantasies of using drone-enabled technology to exact revenge, especially targeted in violation of all norms. But I would say that you see an emerging, especially in the venture and then defense tech area, where people are really coming together around some obvious truths that the West is a better way for us to live, that we have certain structural advantages, the embodiment of our way of doing things in products and companies is a fairer, better way of organizing and living. And that's primarily done by freak show, often entrepreneurs with the help and guidance of capital deployed by the venture community. It's always, yes, we were ahead of a lot of things, and I'd like to believe we're still ahead on a certain number of things, but I do feel like, and so like I think a lot of companies now would rally around providing the government with the best technology that would not have when we did it. I think there's a whole term I hate, ecosystem of tech patriots. Quite frankly, I think we've embarrassed the hell out of people who took the other side and they look like idiots. So Silicon Valley does have an Achilles heel. It hates looking stupid. So, we kind of helped there. Those bets were obviously stupid. Even if you disagree with our morals, you really don't look smart advocating for values you obviously don't believe in while not standing up with the U.S. government, which you either do not believe in because you don't realize that you need the government to power and protect you abroad, or you're just manipulating people because the thin ideology that you can use to convince people you're good while getting them to work or protest for you for free is obviously it's not convincing anymore. On Ukraine, so we've been involved in a lot of these battles. Ukraine has been more, it's like you have this divide between the elite and non-elite. I think the elite is very pro-Ukraine, so that the courageous part was going and maybe getting killed, but I don't think the courageous part, there was a lot of courage in being pro, because most people seem to agree with us, even though they didn't want to go absorb the risk. Also, Palantir builds products that are actually products and actually work. So that's an environment where your stuff has to work now. We had a huge advantage, and I did believe, and obviously, I do think the kind of populist right that is very skeptical of Ukraine maybe should spend a little more time looking at the rules in prison, where it's like, even if they're right on the merits, which I don't think, they will be wrong in the consequence of being violated will be big for the West. And so, they should think of more of it in like they're in a car and they got to ride together, and car isn't always right, but it is your car. That's prison jargon. But in any case, I think that is actually how the world works. I think living abroad, also I spent a lot of my life in Europe. Europeans really do need to do more, and on spending, but they also need to do a better job explaining how they see the world to America, which does organize defense. Israel, I would say, I'm pro-West, so these things fall from that. Leaving the obvious fact that democracies should not be held to differentiating standards depending on their apparent tribal affiliation. So I'm very against double standard, triple standard, quadruple standard. Like, we're going to have a standard for us. Somehow our adversaries get a better standard than Israel. Makes no sense to me. Then you see the disaster, unforgivable, incomprehensible, logical extension of the double standard world manifesting itself on college campuses, where they've dedicated themselves, perhaps correctly, to an architecture of anti-discrimination while dressing in masks and excluding the population that's been most discriminated for the last 3,000 years. And it's fascinating that they think that's a plausible way of organizing themselves. I just don't think that we or I should tolerate that. At Palantir, we are very comfortable being unpopular. And, I think one of the things I want to get done is encourage people to, there are times when you have to be unpopular, when, as an example, somebody who believes they're progressive is excluding a population from going to class with something covering their head and a mask. If I went to a university professor and said, I'm going to give you like the Rawlsian famous, Rawlsian, if you were born without anything, how would you organize the world? If you did a Rawlsian test in a lot of these matters, I'm not going to tell you which group is being prevented from going to class. I'm not going to tell you which group has experienced a terrorist attack. I'm not going to tell you which group has had their country invaded. And I'll even give you, it is a group you do not feel comfortable with and do not want to hang out with. What would be your standard of justice? And at Palantir, we stand for that equal as possible application of the law in our products, in our culture, internally, in our hiring practices, and externally. And, I'm pretty happy that, because we're publicly traded, because we're profitable, because we power a lot of the most important institutions of the world, because the countries that are known for quality or are known for engineering talent, i.e. Ukraine, Israel, buy our products, because the U.S. government, I'm proud, uses our product, because of our success in U.S. commercial, it's a little harder to ignore my voice and our voice. It's not that everyone at Palantir agrees with me, but if you're building the initial product that got us off the ground, the product that is powering our commercial success, the products that power our spec ops work, these are embodiments of a cultural and particular way of seeing the world that I do believe is superior. And, we have to defend the ability to defend the idea that some things work better, some things don't. We have an idea. And then again, I would say that's why this conference is so important. We do have an idea of things that have superior output and things that do not work. That's why we have the best tech scene in the world. 70% of the top 50 tech companies in the world are American. 86% of the market cap is American. Why is that? It is the outgrowth of a way of organizing ourselves, building things that are an outgrowth of those values, building things that organize people from all different populations, from people with different views, different countries. The whole venture community, many of us in tech, either were born abroad or came here, came back after long periods of time. That system of building things is and the embodiment of it in companies that are disruptive because they can create value that is at least an order of magnitude greater than the current way of creating value. When it is aligned with our government, leads to prosperity, leads to dialogues that lead to new companies, leads to immigration of the people that will build these kind of companies. It excludes dysfunction. It excludes ways of thinking that leave you being commoditized in your thinking. Israel, Ukraine, Maven are outgrowths of that philosophy. It's not particularly a one issue being different than another. And in almost all cases, Maven supporting the army, we were protested every day in Silicon Valley. What you mostly heard was, I kind of agree with you, but lots of people are going to yell at you, and maybe you shouldn't do this. And I would also say, a lot of the people who think that way believe the other side can't win. If you don't believe the other side can't win, look at Colombia. There is literally no way to explain the investment in our elite schools, and then the output is a pagan religion of mediocrity and discrimination and intolerance and violence. So the other side can win. And this is one of the things we have to keep in mind in Silicon Valley is just because you're not, we were all saying we won't hire those people, but you're not hiring them anyway. So it's not a sanction that works. They still can win. They're not hireable in Silicon Valley. They still can win. And it's something that, the way we win is by producing products that are indisputably valuable. So valuable that you cannot ignore that they will change the the playing field and reorient the playing field in ways where we do even better. And that's true on the battlefield with our adversaries. It's true on the battlefield of our ideas. It's true on the battlefield of recruiting. We all recruit against each other. How do we win? Well, we're like, my idea is better than yours. My execution is better than yours. My company is a better place to be an individual. Your company, that's how you win.
You've been so vocal about these big ethical and cultural issues, and I want to drill down on that a little bit more. But before we do that, I want to talk about something that's been a big topic of conversation in Congress, and that's on the power of artificial intelligence in the context of the military. You wrote in a recent op-ed entitled Our Oppenheimer Moment, and you said that we should be skeptical when the Silicon Valley elites who for years recoiled at the suggestion that software was anything but our salvation now let us know that we must pause vital research that has the potential to revolutionize everything from military operations to medicine. You said this is an arms race of a different kind, and it has already begun. Can you help us understand why and how you think AI is so powerful for the future of warfare, and why we should think about it as an arms race?
Well, first of all, again, there's like a business truism where you win where you're superior, and our adversaries are as good or better at hardware than we are. They are not, like, we have no Chinese, Iranian, or Russian competitors. None. I've never even met one. So that it's like, I think Congress and in general the American people, because there's often a feeling of malaise because somehow our political choices look very crazy, and so if you just look at what's going to happen, first of all, in the enterprise context, commercially, you're going to see a change in GDP vis-a-vis. Now, I think the rough math of GDP was France, had roughly this between 61 and 91, very similar GDP growth to America. It was like 164% there. I think it was like 180 something in America. And then what is the GDP growth going to be in Europe the next 30 years? What is it going to be in America? So you can solve a lot of problems with growth where if you're kind of you have zero growth or going that you can't solve the problems. And then when we talk about AI, of course, there's large language models. Some of that's very hard to use in the U.S. government. There's algorithms which are already having an enormous impact in ways that people in this room know, but apparently we're not allowed to discuss publicly. And you see on the battlefield, and that's why there's just a very strong demand internationally to buy these products, but also in America. You also have this thing where AI has convinced administrators, CEOs, important people that software-enhanced weapon systems, software in general, actually has to work and can work, and that it's kind of the precursor to using AI is pen testing your enterprise software. In many cases, you get kind of a failing grade, but where you don't get a failing grade, you can accelerate. And there's a general sense, well, we have to do this. The single biggest problem for America is accelerating the implementation of these systems in the U.S. government. And the U.S. government has gone a lot further than other countries in doing this, but it's a very large system. This is a incredible cultural change. It's not like you're a hardware culture moving to software culture that's automatically going to work. And part of the problem you're having in Europe is you have hardware cultures trying to be software cultures, and that's very, very hard to do. So what should the U.S. do? We should implement something where a certain percentage of our software, of our DoD dollars, have to be spent on software that's either been proven on the battlefield or proven in commercially. And if it's been proven in both spheres, you get a bonus. If it's been proven in neither, it's a high hurdle. And simple changes like this, meaning the software actually, like when Ukraine and Israel buy software, what do? They test it. They see if it's working. They want to know, can I write on top of this? What all the various things you would need in enterprise software, they test it. We need a lot more of that, and we need a lot more control of the spend. I think there's a pretty significant movement to do that, which is why the demand to be here has been so great, besides your incredible leadership. And then there's also giving the U.S. kind of the sense of reality, which is, if you took the people you had in this room and you divided it into 10 quadrants, each one of those quadrants would still be better than the tech scene in any other country in the world. Any other country in the world. You have Israel's number 2, it'd still be that'd be one of your 10 quadrants. So this is a country that dominates in tech. It's just, again, 86% of the market cap of the top 50 are U.S. companies. It'll probably be 96 at some point. So how do you get enterprises? And, we do see a difference in commercial. We didn't give last quarter's results, obviously, but the quarter before we grew 70%. And we have a nascent and terrible sales force. We still grow at 70%. Imagine what a real sales force could do with those results. So
why do you think American culture, what is so unique about American culture that has led the United States to be a place that embraces heterodox ideas? And do you see lessons from Silicon Valley tech companies, cultural lessons, for the DoD and government institutions to apply Silicon Valley first principles in order to do a better job at bringing innovation into defense?
Well, first of all, we are a very Calvinist culture. So Calvinism, most cultures assume that if you've been successful, you've done something wrong. Calvinism assumes if you did something successfully, you are likely blessed by God. Now, we have a secular derivative of that, but that's certainly the Silicon Valley vibe. Second of all, we really do have to fight to make sure we stay and embrace some version of high transparency, high meritocracy. There is no other culture in the world, and I spent half my life in other cultures, that is as at ease with let's share information, let's build something. Those things have been talked about a lot. I think one other thing that is talked about less, we are a culture of self-defining culture. So in America, if you want to join a church, synagogue, or mosque, you can decide what that will look like. It doesn't work that way in Europe. You have the state decides for you. So when you want to decide your culture of Palantir or whatever your company is, you can self-define roughly within the context of the law what your culture is. And so we're a believer culture. We actually build things based on belief. And then obviously you actually get to keep by and large the proceeds of what you've done. So if you're in China or Russia, you might have done all those things and you still end up in trouble if you speak out. What we can teach the rest of the world, and definitely I think the DoD and others have learned and are embracing by and large, but obviously we should accelerate, is how do you build a culture that is flattened? Is one of the big issues you have in large institutions. You have multiple, you have 1,000 layers of hierarchy. You have this especially in France, where where in fact you really need to have small teams of radical transparency where the best idea wins and gets resources, and fighting against larger structures that hide inaccuracies, especially inaccuracies around the assessment of tech, is probably the most important thing an enterprise can do. And it's hard for large organizations to do this. And that is what actually you have to learn. Last not least, kind of slightly self-serving, but tech is incredible, and American tech is maximally tolerant of any personality if you're delivering. I'm like a hyper, inexplicably dyslexic outsider. Nobody in tech cares. I defy you to find someone in tech who would not hire me at this point. Now, in the beginning, without Peter, I would not have been hired. But now anybody would hire me, and simply maybe for the wrong reasons. In fact, tech will learn to there's a famous story where two people didn't invest in Google, and then, they were met each other like, yeah, we got to learn to invest in people we don't like. And this is a really profound story, actually, because American, especially California tech, will learn to embrace things they didn't like before if they deliver. They'll just completely recalibrate. It's like, oh yeah, that was unlikable. That's the feature. We like it. Find more. And that ability to embrace something that you would have rejected and fully embrace it, build a structure around it, hire the person, put them in charge, give them capital, that is a truly unique thing. And it really only exists at scale in this country.
I want to end on this topic of culture. When you look at elite university campuses across America and you see unrest and protests and students at these very prestigious institutions openly chanting pro-Hamas slogans, do you worry that pro-Iranian,
pro-North Korean? I mean, you got to imagine this. You got people there's one clip someone sent me, the person was embracing North Korea. It's like, great. I mean, we really should have a philanthropy to send. We're going to do an exchange program. Exchange programs sponsored by Karp. A little couple months in North Korea, a nice tasting flavored bark. See how you feel about that?
Do you worry that our culture is going sideways and in the wrong direction in some way?
Well, obviously that's more than sideways, but I mean, this is obviously that we can talk endlessly about what happened there and what went wrong. And it is actually important for people to speak up. If you want to kind of try to understand what's going on there, it's very hard. It's actually very hard. And I do think there's a weird way in which if you veer from basic tenets of liberalism too far left, right, or in this case, it's kind of like a Heideggerian form of Marxism, you regress to basically the ideology of our ancestors about 1,000 years ago, which is what I think is actually happening there. And they don't see the contradiction in their behavior of writing papers about micro-discrimination and then excluding the longest existing minority overtly. they literally don't see the contradiction. I would say we have a problem on our side that we need to speak up. You know, they also believe that everything they're saying is sensible and convincing. Like, part of their frustration is like, we're so convincing, but no one's listening. But on our side, we have to explain to them how idiotic and non-convincing this is. And we need to do it in public. And so, you know, I would say it's game time for if you agree with what I'm saying, it's game time for you. Because you can no longer get away with just saying, oh, that looks really, really regressive. But you know what? You actually have to call it out in whatever form you want to call it out, because they actually think what they're saying is sensible. They really believe most intelligent people actually agree with them, and everybody who doesn't agree with them is somehow bought off by some huge machine. And while we may know that's idiotic, very few people are actually saying, hey, this is crazy and we're going to fight against it. And we just have to. The times where you could just not speak out, not say anything, pretend this was some crazy view of somebody, those times are over. If you want this to stop, you have to actually begin to be more vocal. Inside your company, outside your company, and in whatever form you kind of can make yourself feel comfortable with.
Alex, thank you for doing this. Let's give a warm hand for the CEO of Palantir.
Next up, to discuss novel military applications of AI, please welcome Senator Mike Rounds, Managing Partner 8VC and co-founder of Palantir Technologies, Joe Lonsdale, co-founder and managing partner of Lux Capital, Josh Wolf, and CRO of Andril Industries, Matt Steckman.
Good afternoon. Everybody up? You got your caffeine? You're ready to rock and roll yet? Still doing it? We have less than 30 minutes, but what we wanted to do was to take some time and talk about our national defense, about AI, and about the connection with new technologies and what's happening. My background on this is very simple. Coming out of the Armed Services Committee and the Intel Committee, the one thing that we find out time and again is that these new technologies are making a difference in the way that we fight wars. And it's not just us, but it's small countries as well that can afford to buy the technologies. So today we're sitting here and we just decided that we're just going to kind of have a little bit of fun, but I'm going to offer some opening questions to the crew here. And what we'd like to be able to do with this, if I could, I want to just as I get my stuff ready to go, if each of the guys with me here today would introduce themselves and give just a brief thing about if they had one thing they wanted to get across to the team that's out here right now, what would it be? Let's take 30 seconds and just run across and do this. Fire away.
All right, I'm Joe Lonsdale. I'm proud of having recruited Alex Karp and Sham here, so we got a good team I'm learning from there. And I've built a bunch of other companies, but a few more into defense recently. I think it's really key right now to let the new things in with having primes like Palantir, like Anduril, and others. We're building things with them now, and there's a lot of ways we're applying AI, applying directed energy to completely change the battlefield, and we need to be spending more of our money on the new stuff.
Josh Wolf, co-founder of Lux Capital. We're a $5.5 billion fund. About a third of investments that we're making now are aerospace and defense, air, land, sea, space, subsea, cyber, and beyond. It's actually an amazing thing in venture because we're seeing an enormous amount of collaboration between venture investors. People that normally are competing are forming syndicates, starting companies de novo, taking entrepreneurs that are vested out of existing defense companies and starting new companies with them. So it's actually a rebuilding of almost the capital formation of the industrial base, which is a beautiful thing. Number one message I would say is let the competition that is happening now, the capital formation that's happening now, the flow of talent that's happening now, just absolutely flourish. This is what made the defense industry in America great. It is the very tenets of free markets and capitalism, the flow of talent. We have foreign adversaries. They're both in the information space and the physical mass and kinetic space. And let us do our thing to back the brilliant people that are starting companies and let the capital follow. And the more that we can break down the bureaucracy and return to the roots of what Silicon Valley was, which was really in electronic warfare and defense and not, just orchards of people working in garages. And to re-remember that history, I think, is critical.
Matthew Steckman, Chief Revenue Officer, Anduril Industries. We're a defense products company. On a day-to-day basis, I negotiate hundreds of contracts on a year-to-year basis with the government. Things are changing. It is very uneven. It is very spiky. There are pockets of excellence, and when it happens big and it happens fast. In the last 2 weeks, we announced our successful down select for the CCA Low Wingman program for the Air Force, and our successful delivery on the Australian Ghost Shark program ahead of schedule and under budget, which was kind of the headline, not like
par for the course in the defense.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's exactly where I wanted to start, was on the CCA and where you're going. What do you think about it? Does it suggest a shift in the way that we're going to be doing business at the DoD?
Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts going through my head on CCA, both personal and professional.
I'll bet they're pretty good thoughts, aren't they?
Well, on the personal level, not a lot of folks at Anduril have ever been the popular person at probably growing up, and now we're like the popular kid on the Hill and in DC, and it's very uncomfortable for most of us, but obviously quite exciting. Professionally, the answer is yes, it's a watershed moment. I think that the thing that is being maybe lost in all the headlines is yes, it's a watershed moment for non-traditional defense. Yes, it's a watershed moment for the defense industrial base. Yes, it's exciting for how the Air Force and Secretary Kendall pursued this in a new way. But what should not be lost is we won the competition because we designed the best plane.
Okay, but now let's go back in a little bit. I know we've got a professional group out here, and you probably all know exactly what we're talking about, but let's give some real basics on this. This is just exactly what you did design when we talk about CCA.
Sure, yeah. So CCA is it's the loyal wingman concept. So think about a manned fighter aircraft, F-35, with a bunch of friends around it that are helping it see and sense and affect at greater distances, at higher velocity, and greater lethality. it requires a good sense of how autonomy and AI can drive those aircraft because, of course, a quarterback in an F-35 can't be literally flying multiple aircraft in the same airspace. You have to rely on a high amount of software and automation and autonomy and AI, which I know these guys will want to talk about. And the program started years and years ago, actually, in formation through sort of the first 5, including some of the household defense primes involved, now down to the final 2, of which we're one of them. So we think we designed the best plane. We're very excited about it. We beat, at this point, Boeing, Northrop, and Lockheed Martin in the competition, companies that have been around for, I mean, some over 100 years, if you really trace back their lineage. And we're ready to win the final select, and we're ready to go fly some really cool planes.
And here's the bottom line on this. Now we're talking about the top end of technology with stealth and communications and the ability to coordinate, but you're also talking the integration of AI into this process. I want to go back a little bit and get everybody else involved in this a little bit. One of the areas where, as a member of the U.S. Senate, that I started learning about some things was when we started talking about the Nagorno-Karabakh war that occurred between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Here's 2 countries that you would never think being highly technical in nature, and yet they used AI-enabled devices that they picked up and purchased from other countries. In August of 2023, Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks unveiled the Replicator initiative to counteract what China could do by fielding thousands of attributable autonomous systems in the next 2 years. This, in real sense, a lot of that came from what we learned, not just in Ukraine, but also in the Nagorno-Karabakh war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Your thoughts about the future of warfare and what you're seeing in terms of the ideas that are out there as war changes its face?
Well, I mean, attributable systems are obviously the future. AI is obviously the future. The problem right now is that we're oftentimes spending $1 million or $3 million on something to stop something that's very cheap. And you can't do that at scale. In a prolonged warfare, you run out of money. A lot of what war is, it's an engineering problem at the end of the day. And you need to be able to produce more than your enemy and get them. So we just sold a bunch of radiation-sensitive missiles to anti-radiation missiles to Poland, and that's great, but these things are $3 or $4 million each to take out the Russian jammers that you can produce for tens of thousands of dollars. You can't keep doing this at scale. It doesn't make any sense. And so it turns out for everything we're doing, like if it turns out if you shoot down swarms of drones with really high-powered microwave, that costs dollars per shot. That's better than using millions of dollars per shot because you're just not going to be able to do it at scale. And so there's things that actually work now that we need to be investing in and that we know is the right answer. So Replicator is the right high-level thing. But are we going to get the money to the things that actually are efficient at scale? And I think it's going in the right direction, but it's a little bit slow right
now. But you're not just starting out on this. This has been something that the companies have been looking at for.
We've been working on this for a long time. I mean, 8 years ago, we started EPRIS because we realized that drones and drone swarms and attritable systems were going to be a big problem. We need to be able to turn them off. And within the U.S. Navy right now, it knows it's going to be able to fortunately triple its effectiveness with swarms of autonomous vessels with AI, partnering with weapon systems from Anduril and others. And there's things like that you could do with these AI things at scale that we need to do, frankly, because we're not going to be able to build enough ships otherwise to stay ahead of China.
So it's not a case of AI being the weapon. It is a case of AI being incorporated into a weapon system that makes it modern day.
If you're going to have hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of cheap things, the only way they can intelligently coordinate and work at scale in any scenario is going to be various types of AI to coordinate them. Yes.
Josh, long-running topic of conversation at events like these is how the U.S. can translate the dynamism of our robust tech sector and venture capital markets into a battlefield advantage. This is one of the real advantages that we do have over the PRC. In your view, how is the department doing in terms of leveraging our unique VC markets and turning that advantage into concrete battlefield capabilities?
On the one hand, better than ever, and on the other hand, not good enough, but improving. If you think about battle spaces you mentioned in PRC, you think about Taiwan. As much as we are future forward and all of us are funding cutting edge systems, small and large scale, and increasingly you're seeing that it isn't just small scale drones, but whether it's undersea like Ghost or Fury, they're very large systems. It still is about mass. It's about mass on target. It's about fuel. You've got diesel that's got 37 megajoules per kilogram. You can't get past that with software to figure out how far you're going to project a ship, and then the rocket fuel that's going to project a missile, and the PBX inside of that that's going to actually explode on a target. You look at the threat in Taiwan, and you've got something on the order of 40 amphibious vessels, you've got 50 subs, you've got 200 surface combatants, you've got 2,000 fighters, you've got 3,000 UAS, you've got 750 satellites. These are all a combination of...
Just off the top of your head.
Yeah, no, but this is the battlefield as we know it. That's not hidden. And then you've got 200,000 mechanized infantry. So each one of those things has to be dealt with in a coordination that's almost like jujitsu. And the biggest source for the autonomous systems and the drones is not just the attritable system, but preventing the enemy from having that battle space and having lots of these things that can just, pile up almost like Sierra Madre style throughout these things. So the Defense Department overall is doing well in improving our ability to develop new technologies to face these kinds of battle spaces. And you've got highly motivated people like us that are willing to put capital at risk. We're willing to wait the long periods of time. It was totally against the venture creed that we were going to do dual use things, and you're just going to take too long with the bureaucracy of the government. That's changed. We're willing to fund companies like Anduril that are solely focused on U.S. and allies, and solely focused on defense and the main departments of the government that are going to be the customer. And so that is a step change. And I think you keep feeding that. Let people win these programs. Capital will continue to flow, like I said earlier. The talent will continue to flow, and you will have a beautiful flywheel that we look back in a generation and say, my God, we did it.
We've talked about the fact that we have this advantage over the PRC, the availability of private sector. We've got capital moving in, and we've got these great ideas that are out there. So let's come back in again. How is the department doing on integrating AI into these capabilities and accepting it in and trying to promote it in their systems?
I think it's mixed. I think there's a general acceptance that this is inevitable, which is good. And I think you have pockets of the government that are leading and some that are following. I think we generally get caught up maybe in the wrong parts of the conversation, where the technology is so new, we sort of take it to the limit and we say, oh, there's going to be a Terminator killing machine being built. Like we're not even close to that. Like, most CV can't even identify a cat at 100 meters, right? Like, let's just kind of take a pause here. We should be figuring out the integration smartly and pragmatically of mature versions of artificial intelligence into our weapon system and not be taken aback or slowed down by, the 50-year future, but actually focus on now and what's happening and countering our adversaries.
One of the things that, you watch what Anduril is doing, to me, there's almost an analogy of like in the finance markets. Before Bloomberg, it was like utter chaos, the amount of information flow that you had. You think about the modern battle space and how much speed of information and chaos that there is and that we can anticipate there will be. Being able to synthesize that so that a single operator can control multiple vessels, process that information, prioritize what the targets that they're going to focus on. It's akin to having like a Bloomberg system for somebody that's a trader, maybe with a shorter term frequency, to be able to figure out what are the priority things and how do I integrate this and make high priority decisions.
And to sort of bring it back to just sort of like the principles of how government should go about this, like we didn't win the CCA down select because of AI or any sort of novel application of technology. We built it just because we're very good at systems design, right? Just hardcore, old school systems engineering that is gross and hard, and you're spending late nights and you're chugging Red Bull and you're trying to figure out what the best possible answer is. None of that has to do with AI, right? And the other big companies that lost, right? None of that had to do with AI, right? It just had to do with letting new ideas, new people into the environment, breaking down all of the barriers to entry that exist for a lot of the folks actually in the room, and giving us a chance and a shot on a fair playing field. And once that happened, we were able to excel.
That was the big news. It wasn't that any of us were surprised that Anduril had built the best technology. We knew they had. The question was the DoD ready to allow them to play and for the competition to win? And many times we'll build something that's clearly the best, but the primes still get the giant contracts, and they say, "Oh, you just wait a few more years. You'll eventually get there, even after you crush them in a contest." And that's what we need to fix.
There's another interesting thing, which maybe if I can ask him a question, because it's still fascinating to me. Because of OSUC, they ended up going not to the U.S. Navy, but they went to Australia, and they did something in record time, under record budget. Right? People applauded before on this, but it is really significant.
Talk about that. Just why that is so significant. It caught your attention.
Yeah, There's always an alignment of a lot of stars when these things work. I think the Australian government was ready from a technology perspective. There was a criticality to it based on their literally just where they actually are on the map with respect to China. Like, they're right there, we're not. They knew they couldn't rely on the rest of the alliance to field the capability. The U.S. has had a program trying to do this for over a decade now, over budget, hasn't really delivered on the promise. So the Australians we're basically got to a point where they're like, we gotta do this by ourselves. This is a strategic capability. We can't not have this. We had the tech, we had the vision. I think Josh mentioned private capital. We were also able to take a lot of the risk on our own book. We took half the risk of the program. The Australian government dollar for dollar met us, so they were sort of pot committed in a way, but the risk was split evenly. That is very, very unusual in U.S. defense contracting. Normally, the U.S. government is bearing all of that risk, all of those dollars, and the primes can make mistakes and they can go slow and they can still turn a profit. In this case, if we made a mistake, we would have lost a lot of money, and our investors probably would have made some pretty nasty calls to us, right, over the last couple of years. But it worked, and it drove us to move fast because it was our capital. And I think the program is going to succeed, and I think it's going to be repatriated back to the U.S.
This is a big advantage, I think, that the new companies you're seeing have an innovation against the big legacy companies. Is the old legacy companies, you don't do something unless you get them to pay you for it. And that makes innovation really hard. And so it's a lot riskier. But what Josh and I are funding and what Andrew is doing and other companies are doing is we'll spend $50 million, $100 million on something we really believe is the best. And you don't even pay us for it yet. Just like, let us get in, let us compete, let us win. We're willing to take that kind of risk. And that's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why you're seeing all the new innovation come from these new companies, because the primes just very rarely do that.
Interesting that what you're also seeing now is a coordination. You're seeing the technical aspects of what each of them has to offer, and then you're finding a venture capitalist or at least capital coming into this process and actually believing that they can win a contract with the Department of Defense. And what just happened may very well be one of the biggest eye-openers that we've had in quite some time. Right. But there's also something else going on here. We have to move more quickly in terms of adopting the most capable and newest technologies that are available to us today. And the reason is because other countries can take what we could buy and they can buy it as well. And the shortcut in many cases is with a new technology being able to take over or to become better than an existing technology that's been incorporated into defense systems. I'm going to come back to the Nagorno-Karabakh war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. This is a case of where Azerbaijan, in a very short period of time, about 40 days, actually went back in using, in some cases, some I'm going to call it, for, please let me say, primitive AI capabilities at that time. And they were able to identify kill boxes and literally go into an area and take out significant amounts of Armenian heavy equipment, whether we're talking anti-aircraft equipment, we're talking armored personnel, tanks, artillery pieces, and so forth. And they did it using drones that they could buy on the market. Now, if the United States doesn't recognize that we have to be better than any of our adversaries at adopting and then implementing that, then we're going to find ourselves at a significant disadvantage more quickly than what we otherwise might over a decade ago. What you bring to the table when we talk about the investors and the entrepreneurs who are developing these systems is something that we can do better than what we believe the PRC can do. But talk to me about the advantages that we have under our system if we take advantage of the private sector's capability to work with the DoD.
Well, this is absolutely critical. Palantir is not just a top AI company in the DoD. It has billions of dollars of revenue from the private sector. It's competing and winning in the private sector and growing very quickly there. And that's something you don't really see going on in China for multiple reasons. If we talk about advantages versus China, Xi Jinping basically just assassinated a big part of his tech sector. People are terrified to build a second company. The majority of our top new companies right now are also second-time building companies right now. And you have a lot of those people disappearing, running away, not there. And we have still the very, very best talent there in the private sector in AI. So being able to take it, being able to have things that are winning in both of those areas, and letting them work between there. Palantir obviously is unique in being able to work in the DoD. We made a lot of mistakes over a very long period of time. We had some very difficult things to deal with. We kind of broke through and eventually made it work. Making it, I think the U.S. has a lot of the advantage of these companies. It does have to make it easier for other ones to be able to take things that are winning. I'll give you one example. All sorts of AI and logistics have completely changed in the commercial world how logistics and supply chain works. None of that technology right now is in the DoD. The DoD is very protectionist of its logistics area, does not want outsiders coming into that and working with it. It's very difficult. So there's things like that we could be taking advantage of if we were to change it up and open it up to outsiders.
I'll just say two things. One on competition, one on culture. On competition, you go back to the Cold War, there was not one consumer product that Russia had that was really competitive with anything. They had MiG fighter jets and they had AK-47s because those had to fight on a global stage. Everything else, you wouldn't buy a toaster, you wouldn't buy a nuclear reactor. Just everything was just inferior to a system that we had where people were able to compete and fail and the market could choose. So that system helps to select technology and talent, and we should continue to feed that. On the culture piece, for a generation and a half, we were warned about the military-industrial complex, and you had a chip on people's, a gorilla on people's backs saying, we're not going to go into that, or that's a bad thing, and there's too much bureaucracy. You saw primes go from 70 down to, 5. China has military-civil fusion. They're overt about it. It's an admonishment. If you're working on technology, it's part of the CCP. And so we don't need that, but we need people that are really motivated. And I think what Jacob and Christian and Delian and everybody that's gathered here is doing is recreating a culture that says it is great to be an American patriot. It is great to fund technology that's specifically focused on American defense, that we do have adversaries that have malicious aims, and that we should fund these technologies and recruit the talent. And you're seeing that. At Anduril, watching people line up that I remember the first time, when they were at the Reagan National Defense Forum. And at first, people were sort of laughing, and it was like the classic Gandhi thing. Palmer's in his Hawaiian shirt and his cargo pants, and people are like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And then everybody's lining up because they all want to be part of it now. And so, first they laugh at you, and then they join you, and then you win, kind of thing. And that's happening, and that's a cultural shift, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, I think we get caught in this do loop talking about reforming the system and policy changes and all this stuff, and it's all important. We should do it. It's table stakes. There are actually, I literally see you in the room, there are government champions in this room who actually have put the machine on their back and made it work quickly. The CCA is an example of this. There's other examples that are represented in the room. So it's not a problem of can the system do it, it's a problem of will, and it's champion dependent right now. I think if there's one message maybe I want to leave is the new entrants, we're ready to take on the big programs. We're done fighting for table scraps, right? Let us to the table, give us a fair fight, and we're going to execute and we're going to win.
I think this will make the folks who we identify as being some of the largest contractors, it's going to make them more competitive. And I think there's some very, very smart people there that are going to see what's going on. I also think that the Department of Defense, they recognize that in many cases, their process of acquiring and picking up information is broken. And the best example of that is we do rapid acquisitions, right? So if you're going to have something that's really important and you got to get it in, we don't use the regular acquisitions process. We do a shortcut and we go back to rapid acquisitions, correct? Why is it that we're not using rapid acquisitions concepts on everything and get rid of the old acquisitions process? And so, to me, sitting on the outside in a committee looking in and following this, seems that we have an opportunity here where we have the folks within the most technologically advanced companies out there, big and small, that are saying, your acquisition system does not work the way it's supposed to work. And we can do better here in this country. And then to hear from the folks on the inside expressing the same thing when they come to us and they say, we've got to have a new way of acquiring these most important projects. I think we're at that point in time where, because things are moving so quickly, we've got a shot at actually fixing an acquisition system at the Department of Defense. But there's one more thing in the middle of this. We talk about the technologies. Artificial intelligence, to me, the bottom line is this is a new technology that's advancing very, very rapidly, but it's not one that's been untried. Machine learning is what we used to call it, and then they figured out there's a lot more money if you call it artificial intelligence. but it's not the end all. It is the tool that makes all of our other tools and capabilities better. I'm going to end with this. We've got a few minutes left here, but I'd really like to think your thoughts on this. AI should be part of the solution to the acquisition process within DoD. And the other piece of this, it's not just on weapon systems, it's on the other things that I think are critical in the government as a whole. Just for the heck of it, healthcare. Think about what we can do with healthcare if we incorporate AI into the development of the new capabilities in healthcare, fighting the major issues, cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. Think about the money issue that we've got right now at the federal level, because we're going to spend more on interest on the federal debt next year than what we're going to spend on defense. But the only way that we're going to fix this is if we take the entire budget and we figure out a way to actually reduce our costs without slowing down or hurting the quality of life in America for American citizens that have got to continue to support the processes we've got here in D.C. Your thoughts very quickly. Do you see, I mean, it looks to me like the opportunity is here, and if anything, the sky's the limit if we do this and incorporate it. We should talk a little bit.
So I think we'd agree with you the opportunities here. I'd say the barriers in defense and healthcare are both very similar. There's all these ways healthcare delivery can be 10 times more affordable, can be better and smarter in lots of ways, but there's literally hundreds of thousands of rules we've built up over the last 60 years about how it has to work, and those rules get in the way. If you have something new that we all agree is better, you say, well, yeah, well, that's illegal for these 12 reasons, and you can't do it. So I think in both defense and healthcare, we need to have really strong internal leaders who are willing to create new frameworks and let us try those new frameworks and improve them out. And that takes courage. It takes being bold and saying, yes, this is the rule here, but we're going to create this area where you're allowed to explore and try these things. And that's going to be necessary for us to prove to people what's possible. They can go back and get rid of a lot of this clutter that's breaking everything.
I'll give you one quick thing which will help maybe prevent us from being, if we risk it, a caricature of future techno-optimists, just like the new shiny thing. I had dinner last week with Admiral Paparo, who's now taking command of Indo-PACOM. And when he entered the Navy, he was in a Cold War Navy, and there were 600 ships and 600,000 sailors. Then he went into the drawdown Navy, and the budget went in during the Reagan years from 6.5% to 2% of GDP. And then you went to the global war on terror, and you had more sailors in the desert than you did on subs. And then you went now to this great power conflict again. We still have an enormous amount of infrastructure, material, and assets that need to be maintained. So another area where AI will play a role is new technology in our existing infrastructure, because you have trillions of dollars of assets globally, but specifically hundreds of billions of dollars of assets that can be better maintained and predicted on where their failure is. So that's an area that is a little bit unsexy, but to us at Lux is very sexy. Most people think about CapEx. You have growth, and for the past 10 years, venture investors, we've all been funding growth. The other part of CapEx is maintenance, and there's a big unmet need in maintenance.
Yeah,
Matt?
I agree with all. Maybe the only add I'll make is when you walk through the halls of Anduril and probably a lot of the other companies represented in the room, there is no AI division, right? There's no AI tiger team. It's every engineer is pragmatically applying these principles in their work, whether it's a small part of solving the problem or a big part. I think the key is government to recognize that they need to bring in a new class of company and engineer in order to achieve the same gains that are being achieved in the private sector.
Very good. I think our time has expired. As a matter of fact, we're actually over a little bit. Would you please help me in thanking our team here today for a very interesting conversation? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Up next, to discuss the future of dual-use AI and the explosion of AI apps, please welcome to the stage former head of AI at Apple and co-founder of Andromeda, Daniel Gross, managing director of Sequoia Capital, Roelof Botha, and Senator Lindsey Graham.
Well, hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. I hope you can. About 7 years ago, the transformer, that is the underlying algorithm behind modern-day AI technology, was discovered. About 4 years ago, GPT-3 was launched. About 2 years ago, ChatGPT was launched, became the fastest-growing product in human history. And with it came about $100 billion of venture and capital expenditure that are working its way through the American capitalist system and around the country. Dams are being dug, buildings are being raised, data centers are being built. The full glory of American capitalism is in swing in order to make sure we remain sort of at the frontier of AI development. AI is, of course, not like making iPhone apps or websites, and it carries an element of gravitas with it, where it's a little bit different from the prior technology waves. So we thought it would be good to have a panel with the two finest specimens of Silicon Valley and Washington, D.C. We have Senator Lindsey Graham, who needs no introduction, and Roelof Botha, who, if this event was in Silicon Valley, would need no introduction either. He, put simply, runs the best venture capital firm in the Valley. And so we're going to talk a little bit today about this sort of Cambrian explosion of software and apps and how we could have a better symbiotic relationship between these two cities. Maybe to start off, I'd like to turn it to Senator Graham. Just give us a sense, maybe first geopolitically, about how the United States is seeing the rest of the world develop its AI technology. What are you seeing sort of as you look around the world, in China, in the Middle East? Where do you feel like we stand? Where do you feel like we have an advantage or a disadvantage?
Well, you're asking a guy with a flip phone. So I'm sure China is, kind of win this competition. It's kind of a race to the moon, I guess, one way to look at it. MBS wants to change his economy dramatically from fossil fuels. He wants to be the AI center for the Mideast. He wants to be Dubai on steroids. And I'm sure China thinks about this every day, and y'all guys are thinking about it every day. But here's two things to think about. Most social media platforms in the eyes of the American people suck. Not so much for AI yet. Google, Facebook, all these people, like, the numbers are terrible, and we all use it. It's a bit hypocritical. You're not in that space yet. If I were you, I wouldn't get there. And the question I want to ask all these people who are developing artificial intelligence, if you're coming up with a business plan, ask your lawyers, can we be sued for our product? Does Section 230 apply to you? I don't think it does. And if you think it does, you need to let me know, because I think you're wrong. In any business model you engage in, you need to understand what are the liabilities here. So what am I doing with Elizabeth Warren of all people? I'm trying to bring some order to chaos. Because of Section 230, your child can be sexually exploited on social media sites. They can be bullied literally to death. You go to the social media provider, they don't respond, they don't change their behavior, they don't intervene, your kid dies. You go to court, sue them for the wrong committed to your family. By using that service, they kick you out of court. That's going to end. Now, I don't know what the answer is, but Section 230 needs to go. At one time it made sense, doesn't make sense to me now. You got the largest companies in the history of the world that are creating all kind of havoc out there, and good too, but they're immune from being sued. There's no regulatory body, there's no statutory regime. It's the only companies that I know of you can't sue There's no regulatory agency looking over their shoulder with any real authority, and there's no statutory protections for the consumer. That's all going to change. And if I'm an AI person, I'd find out how to fit in that space, not to get to where these companies are, to talk to a guy like me and Elizabeth and others and say, hey, we want to be held accountable for the products we produce. We want to have fair oversight. We don't want to be shut down and not be able to compete with China. But in America, there's coming some accountability in the social media world. It's just a matter of time. And how AI fits into that, I don't yet know. But I have a Digital Regulatory Commission proposal with Senator Warren. I want to sunset Section 230. I want to say 2 years from now, pick now, it goes away. And in that 2-year period, we can come up with a regulatory commission that can oversee the problems associated with social media, that your privacy is protected. If you have a complaint, there's somebody you can go to. I'm being abused here. There's some hope for the consumer. When it comes to AI, last thing, there's no artificial intelligence part about it. You're teaching these things to think and do with data. I asked ChatGPT, is that what you call it, to write an ad against me in a Republican primary. I would pay for the ad they generated. It accused me of being a partisan hack focused just on the Republican Party. I said, write an ad against me in a Republican primary. The ad was written by somebody in California who thinks being partisan is bad in a Republican primary. I wouldn't hire that guy to be my consultant.
Do you think, Senator, you've obviously have decades of experience.
That was worthless.
Do you think Section 230 was a good thing once upon a time?
Yeah, okay, so you got a billboard, you know. You're welcome to come and put stuff up. I can't own everything anybody says. I'll never stay in business. So guess what? Facebook exceeded all of its expectations. It's one thing to talk about my grandkids are doing great. Fred died. The dog got a new dog. I get all that.
So it was helpful in the creation of the internet.
Yes. It gave people a chance to get started. Now, here's the problem. You're more than started.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of damage out there. I'm not, you know, look what happened to Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
I mean, he just got ripped by everybody. And, you know, he's got a product that needs to be controlled. If you're a parent out there and your kids are on these social media sites, they're subject to being exploited. Drugs are being sold. All kind of bad things are going on.
With the understanding that maybe Section 230 ought to be amended because it's 2024 and not 1994.
It's got to either be replaced by a regulatory commission.
Yeah.
Think of it this way.
Yeah.
I've been wronged. Where can I go? I feel like I've been wrong. Doesn't mean you're right. You just feel like you've been wrong. Where do you go? There's no place you can go with some authority to change the behavior if they agree with you. One place is a courtroom. Open up the doors of the courtroom. This thing will fix itself pretty soon. All the trial lawyers in the world will become the enforcer. Maybe that's not the right answer, but if you don't want Section 230 to permanently go away, work with me with some regulatory agency made up of smart people that know the upside and the downside so somebody can go and complain and they have power to bring about relief. Until you do that, you're going to be behind the 8 ball. To the AI world, think about how you can avoid that fate for you.
Yeah. Well, we don't want to spend the whole session on just one section. There's so many sections we could be talking about. But maybe to come back to the original topic of geopolitics. Roelof, Silicon Valley obviously was started with a mindset towards a globalized world. We thought that was the world we were living in for quite some time until recently. And Sequoia was a global firm. As I understand it, it's not a global firm right now. And so tell us a little bit about how that change went about and what that sort of tells you as you think about running the U.S. Sequoia or the Sequoia, about whether you guys would invest in Chinese companies and how you think about that sort of thing.
First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. There's a very long history between Silicon Valley and Washington in terms of regulation, and between the government and Silicon Valley that seem to have been forgotten. As Alex mentioned a little earlier, there seemed to be this period maybe a decade ago where Silicon Valley almost seemed resentful of the US government and of military applications of technology. And I think that has changed. And we see a lot of dual-use applications now. So I do think that dynamic has changed dramatically. Sequoia originally embarked on building international businesses 20 years ago, roughly. And this was right after China was admitted to the World Trade Organization. The world was flat, and all of us had the sentiment that economic growth would help bring us all together. And that proved to not exactly be true. In fact, it seemed like we're in a period of deglobalization, if you want to call it that. So global trade as a percentage of global GDP peaked in 2008. And it's been in a steady decline since. So there's a real risk that we regress into a very different world. And so we got together last year with all the different business leaders from different parts of Sequoia, and we agreed to fully separate. We've been operating as independent businesses with a shared brand. And in June, we announced separation. We completed that in December. And so what Sequoia Capital now represents is a firm that's based in the US and in Europe, investing in the West. And we really care about Western values, Western ideals, and US competitiveness.
So suppose we're in this polarized sort of world, a little bit different from the one maybe we thought we were in 2015. My question to you, Senator Graham, would be how do you sort of think about creating the appropriate kind of legislation that honors sort of whatever the correct thing to do in AI is, whilst not strangling to death in an embrace of love, maybe, the thriving pipeline and the miracle of American capitalism?
Well, so just don't overthink it. So all this technology is great. We all use it. It enhances our lives. We get, the upside is real. Right now, we live in a world where there's no legal infrastructure around social media that allows the consumer a chance to be heard. Politicians are under tremendous pressure now. I don't take money anymore. These hearings were a disaster for the social media world. Eyeballs are king. We're all thinking you're trying to drive us to different content to make money. The biggest advertisers in the world, revenue-wise, are these social media companies, and this thing has gotten way out of control. So eliminating Section 230 and being sued is one solution. I think that would be a very difficult solution for the people in this space. You'd be sued a lot. The other option is to have a regulatory agency where you can go get a business license. You have to have a license probably to sell a hot dog downtown. So what I want to do is create a business license. And here's the terms and conditions of your license. And there will be an agency overriding whether or not you're complying with the terms and conditions of your license. Keep it pretty simple. So people will have a chance to complain. There'll be an agency looking over your shoulder about monopolies and about privacy and about all this other stuff, protecting maybe the social media company from foreign intrusions. On the AI front, you've got an opportunity here to learn from the problems of the social media world. All I can tell you is take advantage of the fact right now that you're not in the same mindset with Congress as social media sites. If there were a vote on the floor of the Senate tomorrow to repeal Section 230 and get 90 votes, now, my goal is to have that vote or have a regulatory agency or something like it to give people some hope that their lives can't be ruined without recourse. This is about AI. Drones. It's one thing to send a drone out with a specific coordinates. Hit this target. Or have a guy or a girl on the other end watching and say, that's the right car, fire now. It's another thing to have a drone that can go out by itself and pick targets of opportunity. Just hover around, hit the bad guy before they hit us with the information to make the decision the human would make. That day is coming. And how this affects warfare is just incredible. We're trying to control the proliferation of nuclear weapons without a whole lot of success. Will there ever be a world regime where the major nations who have the power to develop AI will agree there's certain boundaries we won't cross when it comes to military application? I don't know, but it's worth pursuing.
Orloff, what do you think of that? How do you sort of score on the decision matrix, between wanting to have some sensible regulation and also wanting to create a thriving ecosystem for the companies you invest in?
The thing I worry about most is, and Andrew Ng is here, he wrote a beautiful piece about AI being a sort of general purpose technology, and that the effort should focus on applications, as you correctly pointed out. So the application of AI in a military context or in healthcare probably should be regulated, just like we regulate those industries today. I'm on a board of a financial services company that issues loans to people. Whether we use traditional machine learning models or modern AI models, we need to make sure that we're not unfairly discriminating. So I think the effort should focus on application layer, and we should let the general purpose technology flourish as much as possible. I worry a little bit that some of the rules being contemplated right now focuses on large versus small. You know, it's like only regulating big engines versus small engines. We've seen in the business that we're in, where we listen to these young companies, we've seen lots of companies that use so-called small models that are fine-tuned to a specific application outperform the large models. And so size is not necessarily the barometer for using to judge whether something could be put to bad use.
Yeah, if I could just, the genie's out of the bottle, right? I mean, you can make a commercial with me in it, and I have no idea, you know, it was made by somebody looking like me, sounding like me. You know, watermarking, how do you protect the consumer? You know, this is fake. What recourse do I have if I'm a victim of all this stuff? I guess what I would say is make it as smart as you can within reason. Then let's talk about how we don't want it used and how we want it used.
Application. By the way, I think the societal defaults are going to flip, where I think very soon we're going to judge something to be inauthentic unless proven otherwise.
Yes.
As opposed to currently trusting that it is authentic unless we are skeptical of it. So I think that's going to be an interesting change. I would just also say that this is an incredible opportunity for the United States. We have an absolutely transformational technology that can propel productivity in America. We're in the lead right now. We can't take it for granted. China's producing twice as many AI engineers as we are every single year. And so if we're asleep at the switch, you know, I think we can lose our supremacy very quickly.
Speaking of that, and speaking of our supremacy, Roelof, can you maybe share some examples of products that sort of honor the title of this panel, which are things that are dual use, maybe being developed with a consumer lens, but have some kind of government or military application as well?
Drones was just mentioned. You know, we're an investor. It hasn't been publicly announced, but in a company that has taken what was a hobbyist activity with these consumer drones, and they've hardened that technology and used some of the improvements that have taken place in the consumer grade of that to harden it, and it's being used by the U.S. military currently in Ukraine. So that is an example of technology that has clearly crossed over. There's a company called Unity that I'm involved with. They make 3D software for people to build games mostly. But the DoD is a customer because they're using it to simulate battlefield conditions so soldiers can pre-train for what an actual environment might look like using simulation, which is a wonderful example of that. So,
yeah. And then, Senator, sort of given these examples that you hear, and given the fact earlier we were talking about 230, and we did say, you know, it did have its moment in the sun, and
yeah, it did. One
might argue that, you know, in the late 90s, having the sort of foresight to create this kind of legislative document was sort of quite visionary in a way.
Yeah.
How do you sort of think about AI regulation going forward? Something that is like 230, maybe good for a certain moment in time, enables the creation and the participation of American capital markets in a particular trend, lets anyone compete based on merit and not based on the fact that they work at a large company. Yeah. Is there a version of that that could be done today for AI?
I hope so, but you're one election cycle away from becoming, you know, the bad guy. I don't know what's going to happen in this election cycle, but artificially generated content. I was in Israel and Saudi Arabia about 2 or 3 weeks ago trying to find a solution to end this war where Saudi will recognize Israel and Israel will work with the Saudis to come up with a pathway forward for the Palestinians. MBS, all of these folks, the Israelis, TikTok is just throwing gasoline on a fire. All of these videos out there, what's real and what's not, showing Israeli soldiers doing certain things. Maybe they did, showing things that they didn't do. What have we learned from Ukraine? Our Abrams tanks are off the battlefield because of drones. The Ukrainians, just through their own ingenuity, is, you know, connected, you know, created a drone fleet. Drones are going to be an essential part of the next battlefield. Artificial intelligence and in diagnosing illness is probably better than a group of physicians. I mean, there's a real upside to this stuff, right? You want to keep the upside. South Carolina is building tons of battery plants, and we have BMW and Volvo. Electric cars, that's part of our future, good for the environment. We've got to find out a way to do the batteries. But I've been told now that if you get an electric car from China, maybe it's a roving spy lab. You know, I don't know. I just know this, that the more we beat on China and artificial intelligence, probably the more we're going to overreact here. And I want to make sure that China cannot use this technology to hurt democracies, destroy our lives, you know, put us in a bad spot. But it is a world economy. I know your company divested. The first thing to do is fix your own backyard. So if you get nothing else out of my time here, I am open. The store is open to help you find some kind of regulatory system, some kind of system that will allow your product to be used, and the people using it will feel like they have recourse if it doesn't go well.
Makes sense. By the way, on the China question, this wasn't in the briefing document, but I figured I should ask you, do we need to be concerned about spies at all, in particular in Silicon Valley? And do you have any guidance for how these AI labs should be thinking about that?
If I'm a Republican, we should be concerned about spies all over Silicon. How easy, you know, my phone is in the hands of the FBI now. So I get a message, I think, from Schumer, it ain't from Schumer. And next thing you know, my phone's, I don't know, anything you can create apparently can be hacked. I see people in Silicon Valley as patriots. You want to make money, that's patriotic. Number two, I think you do care about your country. One thing I'd like to do is create kind of a National Guard for the Space Force. There's no way we can afford to hire any of you people to go in the military full time, but maybe you could be a reservist or member of the National Guard and actually get you out there helping us on that space. And you can even grow your hair a little bit longer. I don't care. But the bottom line is I see this as not stopping. China's not going to play by any rules. So we're in a fight for our lives. How this ends matters to me. It matters to the next generation. We're lucky to have people like you and all these people here that are far smarter than I'll ever hope to be. I want to help you on your journey. The one thing I can tell you, your journey must have some sense of accountability in America. If it doesn't have that, you're going to have a very short journey here.
All right, makes sense. In the conversation of dual use and regulation, one thing that often will come up from the side of the folks that would like to regulate as much as possible is sort of the threat of synthetic biology and how that in a world where there isn't sufficient regulation, AI and synthetic biology could be used in a sort of very nefarious way. Roelof, I'd like to ask you, as someone who's invested in this sort of intersection of technology and biology quite a bit, what do you think of that? Like, is that a fair view? Is that a fair risk? How would you approach regulating this sort of problem?
In general, I'm more afraid of dumb people than smart machines. So I think there's incredible good that can come from these technologies, and we're involved with companies that are developing personalized cancer vaccines, using protein modeling to be able to come up with 3D structures for known diseases for which we haven't been able to identify drug targets, to actually develop those with this breakthrough technology capability. So I think these sort of things are happening right now. And so I think it's incumbent on us. We have an imperative to go and use this technology to solve these problems. Most of the bad things that people fear, you can develop using spreadsheets today. You don't need advanced technology to do these bad things. I mean, you know, even the pandemic we just went through didn't seem to need AI to do enormous harm in the world. So I don't think that's a reason to not propel these technologies. And by the way, our adversaries may use these technologies to do bad things. If we don't keep on pushing the envelope, how are we going to combat that?
Yeah. Do you have a sense for if you were creating, if you were giving guidance to Washington on how to regulate AI? I mean, would your guidance be no regulation at all or something else?
Like, as I mentioned earlier, I think application-level regulation is just sensible and is an extension of all the frameworks we already have. I mean, that is an imperative. We've got to do that. I would say that it's useful to enable open source. There's something very, you know, sort of sunlight's the best disinfectant. So to the extent that open source is available, I think we can correct for that. And it really benefits the software community in general. I mean, most applications we use today are thanks to open source software and databases and caching technologies and things like that. We need open source software. And I would want regulators to speak to small companies. I really worry that most of what you're listening to in DC comes from big companies that can afford to send delegates here.
Right, that's a concern.
And we're not hearing the voices of young companies. We're not hearing the voices of academics. I think part of the challenge, and thanks to Daniel for what you've done with making the cluster of GPUs available to young companies, but academics are being starved out of this opportunity. And I think there's a wonderful control mechanism that if we have academia and students in this country also sort of test some of these AI technologies, that's a wonderful break on 5 companies dominating the industry. So those would be some of my advice. The last one is probably making sure we allow for skilled immigration, legal skilled immigration, because so many of the technologies we benefit from today were co-developed by Americans and immigrants. Yes. And even the GPUs we all rely on, the founder of the company came from Taiwan. And I don't want the future Jensen Huang to build his company in another country. I would want that person to be in America.
Yeah. One last thing. If you're using AI to diagnose medical conditions, that's probably smart. If they get it wrong, the people using AI should be sued. That's the simple concept, okay? Let's have the technology, but let's have accountability with it. If you're going to use drones and they can think on their own, General, and they blow up the wrong car, then you should be able to make a claim against the United States because we set it in motion. Technology without accountability is chaos. Competitors like China who care less about any rules are problems. Let's solve that problem without changing who we are. I think we can do that.
Senator Graham, Roloff, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We will begin momentarily. Up next, to discuss the roadmap to AGI and implications on the global balance of power, please welcome Senator Cory Booker, CEO of Scale AI, Alex Wang, Managing General Partner of AI Fund, Andrew Ng, and co-founder of Anthropic, Jack Clark.
Hello, everybody. So this is pretty exciting to me, and I appreciate this smattering of applause when I walked out. Somebody way in the back stood up, so I'm grateful to that person. You do work for me, so that's okay. I think that you all know the folks that are up here. I'm going to introduce them in a second. But for this purposes of this panel, AI stands for awesome individuals with amazing insight. And this is best I got. It's best I got. But it truly is an excellent panel that I'm really excited about. And we have Jack Clark, the co-founder of Anthropic. Please, more than a smattering of applause. Thank you very much.
That's more than a smattering.
Alice Wang, the CEO of Scale AI. Don't applaud him. He's appallingly young, for crying out loud, and has a great head of hair, too, that makes me very jealous. And then, of course, Andrew Ng, who I love because he's from my alma mater, the managing general partner of the AI Fund. So I want to roll right in, if I can, to get to the conversation. People hear enough from politicians, but you all are on the front lines of what I really believe is the greatest frontier in human innovation that we may ever see. It's an exciting dawn of a whole new era for humanity as a whole. But there are a lot of people who bring up concerns, and one of them that I'm almost sort of tired of is the fear predictions for AGI, for artificial general intelligence. And I'm wondering if you all think that the talk is overblown, or if it's something that those who want to have sci-fi movie-like dystopic futures should have a right to be somewhat concerned. And this is a jump ball, gentlemen.
I'm happy to start by answering. I mean, I think that
I think the key to this conversation is, there's some truth to the fear that we'll develop very powerful AI systems, but there's also a lot of truth that the AI systems we have today are extremely beneficial, can have a lot of positive impacts on humanity, positive impacts to society. And I think the key is for us to develop a very grounded and scientific conversation around what are the capabilities of these algorithms, how are those capabilities developing, and when do we need to start having the conversations around, do we need to start putting controls around this? And I think that there have been a number of places that I think have really led the policy conversation around, the development of this kind of scientific framework and the development of the right testing procedures to be able to do so. So in the United States, we have our AI Safety Institute as a part of NIST, which I think is a key part of this conversation. The UK has an AI Safety Institute that they started as well. Japan is starting an AI Safety Institute. Korea is starting an AI Safety Institute. And so I think we're seeing a very a global effort around developing a much more precise and grounded sort of scientific research into exactly how to adjudicate whether or not the models are, going to be worthy of concern or not worthy of concern. And I think that's the right way to have the conversation, not to make it so emotional.
Thanks, Alex.
Well, just to tab on to what Alex said, it's kind of like if AI is the new electricity, we're sitting here wondering about how we regulate everything that gets plugged into an electric outlet, which would drive you completely crazy. So what we need to do is have standard, product safety testing measures, figure out a shared global framework, and figure out if there's anything different about this technology. And we can only do that if we build a testing regime and figure out stuff that seems sensible and avoid doing things that would restrict competition or crush an ecosystem that's just getting going.
Over the last year, I think many of you have seen, I was surprised by the intensity of the lobbying efforts from a number of parties that invested billions of dollars in training foundation models to crush open source and shut down innovation, often on kind of safety concerns that keep on shifting. I think a year ago, AI was supposed to take over and kill us all. Then there was bioweapons risk, then there's defense risk. AI does have risk, but to take the electricity analogy further, today it feels like we're trying to make home appliances safe, the applications, electric home appliances safe, by regulating the solar panel makers. We're going to the solar panel maker and saying, guarantee to me that electron you're generating is safe for the application, and that's just impossible. So I think the mistake that a lot of regulatory agencies in the US and abroad and in Europe, for example, are making is trying to regulate the technology. That's like saying solar panels, make sure your electricity is safe. Can't do that versus the applications. I want safe self-driving cars, reasonable underwriting software, safe medical devices. Got to regulate the application layer, not the technology layer.
And so I'm one of these folks that has been frustrated with unnecessary regulation since the time I was mayor. But when I got to be a United States Senator, I was blown away that I found that the government, federal government, was not moving at the speed of innovation and trying to regulate things. They were really undermining that innovation. And I had a lot of worries very vocally. I used to be on the Commerce Committee, and I remember the head of the FAA came in, and there was this incredible industry that was booming for drones. Europe was using them to survey mines, to fix poles. We weren't issuing any licenses, except for the movie industry, of course. And I said to the head of the FAA, if you were around during the time of Orville and Wilbur Wright, they would have never gotten the airplane off the ground. And so I'm wondering, for the three of you, there's got to be some fears about the innovators, the regulators here, and things they might do specifically, I'm wondering from you, that you're really worried that they might do to choke the innovation. But there's got to be, on the flip side of that, some areas where you say, wait a minute, we need regulation. And one more example, just for the sake of just sort of setting you all up. Social media was something I was an early innovator in when I was mayor of the city of Newark. One of the first politicians to really use it as a management tool, transparency tool, engagement tool for my city. But now I look at social media and I'm like, dear God, we need to regulate there. Really bad things are happening. So I'm wondering if you can give me, for this next era of human innovation, where you think is good regulation and where you're like, dear God, Booker, you and your posse in the Senate, please don't get this wrong.
So I'll give one example, which is, I think when you start an AI company, you may not be interested in national security, but national security is interested in you. And you end up building these very powerful systems that may have national security uses or misuses. And for that, I think we do need to come up with tests that make sure that we don't, put technologies into the market which could unwittingly to us, like advantage someone or allow some non-state actor to commit something harmful. Beyond that, I think we can mostly rely on existing regulations and law and existing testing procedures that exist, like the FDA or the FAA or other things, and we don't need to create some entirely new infrastructure.
I know that in even earlier sessions, people use the term dual use to refer to AI. I think that's the wrong framework to think about it. There are some technologies like nuclear or maybe rockets with some civilian use cases and some military use cases, and we can contain the military use cases without crushing civilian innovation. AI is a general purpose technology, like electricity. Electricity can be used for warfare, but can be used for tons of other beneficial things. So that term dual use is not like there are two users, one military, one civilian. Yes, there are military use cases, but there's so many civilian use cases that we don't want to crush. So I think having a carefully scoped way to contain the military applications without limiting the dramatic, I think of AI as multi-use, not dual use, with way more civilian than military use cases.
Okay, they didn't really cover though, not to be critical of my new friends, the regulation that we desperately need. Are there things that you're standing up here and saying, I want to get back to you guys and say, please do this, but you have such a great experience with the cases that they both went to, which is defense and national security. So I'm wondering if you could give some, maybe another layer of insights there.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we actually have in defense and national security, if anything, is the opposite problem, which is not enough use of AI to modernize our national security apparatus. And this is, I think this is somewhat the purpose of this forum, but in general, the DoD is hamstrung by a lot of process, a lot of bureaucracy, and a lot of stuff that just doesn't serve an era when technology is moving extremely quickly, and you have near-peer adversaries that are moving super quickly as well. I think if you look at, China or Russia, their willingness and speed in integrating new frontier technologies into every component of how they operate is, vastly outpaces what we're able to do if we continue operating in the same, confines and bureaucracy that we've been operating to date. I think this is a known problem within the DoD. It's a lot of people are working very hard to try to solve this, both from a in legislation, in appropriations, as well as just how the DoD itself operates. But my greatest fear is not that we don't build the right regulation to prevent AI from being used in national security. It's that we as a national security apparatus, the DoD, the U.S. DoD, and the U.S. Intelligence community don't use it enough to ensure that we maintain competitive in this next era.
Senator Clark, you've got to put a piece of legislation on the floor to regulate this space. And I'm happy to change places with you as long as our net worths go together with us. Senator Clark, what are you doing?
I think you'd want to find ways to aggressively field experimental technology, and to Alex's point, get departments to actually use it. Because at Anthropic, we discover that the more we find ways to use this technology, the more ways we find it could help us. And you also need a testing and measurement regime that closely looks at whether the technology is working, and if it's not, how you fix it from a technological level, and if it continues to not work, whether you need some additional regulation. But to Alex's point, I think the greatest risk is us not using it.
Wow.
Private industry is making itself faster and smarter by experimenting with this technology. We do ourselves, and I think if we fail to do that at the level of the nation, some other entrepreneurial nation will succeed here.
But isn't that great? I really expected you to give me something that would create parameters. But both of you seem to be expressing the fear that if we aren't on the cutting edge of this, we open up a whole world of vulnerability. So if I was a legislator, I'd be telling them to start trying to regulate oversight over the administration to push them into doing it more. But I'm wondering, you're on the left. I'm wondering if on the right here of the divide, Senator Ng, what are you? Us politicians always trying to create partisanship and tribalism. Do you agree? What legislation are you putting to the floor of the Senate now?
If you're in a foot race with one or more competitors, I think there may be two ways to win. One is you can try to trip up the other guy. Maybe we should do a little bit of that in some cases. And the other is you could run faster and harder. I think here in the US, there's a lot we could do to run faster and harder ourselves, invest much more in training, education, upskilling, invest in compute infrastructure. As Alex mentioned, improve the appropriations process. I think that I see lots of wins we could do there rather than constraining ourselves in the hope that by constraining ourselves, we can trip up the other guy. And there's actually one other risk. So today, we see many nations buy surveillance software from other nations, from some of our adversaries, and limits our ability to influence other nations' respect for human rights and privacy, because it's not our software they're using anymore. I worry that a lot of the stifling regulations being proposed in DC will shut American companies out of the supply chain, cause other companies to use alternatives, and then someday, when a large language model is asked a question, what do you think of democracy? I would quite like that AI to give an answer that reflects our values rather than someone else's value, and I worry about those stifling things shut ourselves out. It'd be like an own goal of shutting ourselves out of the supply chain.
Well, let's be more direct and hit it on the head. We're competing globally with China, and there is a lot of concern. Some people, though, write off that concern. Here's Rand Corporation recently suggested that China is unlikely to produce major new advances in AI because of U.S.'s superiority in empowering private sector innovation. Is that true?
It's just not true.
I don't know. Strong disagree. Disagree. Some of the best open source models in the world have been built by Chinese companies. So that's one indication of their very fast ability to catch up to our technology. And I think one point just, on this entire topic that is very important to make is the urgency of the current moment. We kind of have a triple whammy situation right now, which is that one, the technology is moving faster than it ever has before. I mean, the increase in investment as well as the just raw scientific progress in AI is faster than any technology we've seen in recent decades for sure. Then number two, we are in a geopolitical environment and geopolitical atmosphere where there's continually increasing levels of conflict. We're just seeing, over the past few years, the amount of global conflict has increased dramatically, and it's not clear what are the off-ramps for this conflict to decrease. It's not looking, it doesn't make me feel great. And then the third whammy is that you have dictatorial leaders. You have President Xi Jinping, you have Putin, who are nearing, in the late stages of their times of rule, in which case they're going to be more aggressive, more risk-seeking, and make bolder moves. And so, you look at this powder keg of ingredients, and we're just in a moment where we have to act really quickly.
And I'd like to make just one point I think is really important. At this event, there's been lots of talk of how China can do fast following and China copies. In AI, it's actually different. China has great inventors and great researchers. In response to things like the export controls, it's doing really fantastic work on distributed training to get around that, on all kinds of low-level things to make training more efficient. And it would be a chronically stupid thing to underestimate their capacity for inventiveness here. And I think it's important we keep that in mind, that we're not dealing with someone that's not creative. We're dealing with a competitor that's going to be just as creative as us and is even more motivated.
So here they're putting brakes on. One might argue the United States is talking about putting parameters. You mentioned very rightfully that from Europe to some of our Asian allies are all putting these kind of lanes in which this can operate. China doesn't have those rules. Is this sort of creating a competitive advantage for them, or maybe a race to the bottom when it comes to human rights? I'm wondering if this is something we should really be concerned with, that somehow we're advantaging them.
I think I would love to see technology spread around the world that reflects kind of democratic values, and I think we're hampering our own ability to do that. And just to give an example, AI now is advancing on multiple fronts. They're scaling up very large models. Jack and team's been doing that well. That's one front that's well known. But there are multiple fronts. One example, I think a major front in AI technology now is what we call AI agents or agentic AI. And what that means is if you use ChatGPT or Claude, you might prompt it and tell it to write an essay. Typing is as if we're asking AI, type an essay for me, going from start to finish without ever using backspace. And AI could do that, but it's a difficult task. With AI agents, we tell the AI, write an outline, then write your first draft, then critique your own first draft, and then do some web search and improve it. And it's a much more iterative process that results in a much better work product. This is one example of cutting-edge AI called AI agents. And candidly, when I look at the research literature on what's cutting edge, I see probably as many innovations coming out of like Tsinghua University, for example, as many of the American universities. So the cat's out of the bag. But I think that there is an open question of when some other country is going to download some open source package to implement their own agentic writing journalism thing, do we want the source to be primarily other nations' suppliers, or do we want to make sure that America has a huge voice in
Which is the area that we should be focusing on, building out our capacity in those, so that America stays competitive in that way. Yes?
And that we earn the right by helping the world to continue to influence the world.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, go ahead, Senator.
Just one quick idea. Thank you, Senator. There's lots of talk about funding compute in different countries,
Right.
and this idea does not favor Anthropic because we fund our own, but we want to create more competition for these large foundation companies, and we want to help startups and researchers from academia cross this chasm from research into production. And to do that, we should find ways to fund or use the US supercomputing base to give startups and researchers a leg up, because that's one way to take advantage of our inventiveness and competitiveness and use the ecosystem around us.
And Jack, you've been great. One of my cards here was all about this idea of a national AI research effort.
Strong supporter.
I know you are, and I'm really, more than you know, I'm grateful for that, because I think, again, it'll create more investments that could produce more innovation and expand more opportunity.
And can I say, it's actually, I don't think it's an Anthropic selfish interest to promote that. So I really want to applaud Jack.
Thanks very much.
I'm wondering, though, and maybe, Jack, you can pick up on this, and then we can go through, because it is stunning to me, and the incredible moves and plays that Saudi Arabia and the UAE are making in this space. I mean, at numbers that are mind-boggling, and I have good relationships with some extraordinary leaders in both countries. The enthusiasm, even, for being big players in this space. How do you view that for us as a nation? As a hopeful sign, an exciting sign, or does that worry you in the sense of shared values or anything that might be of concern?
If you want leverage here, you need infrastructure. Infrastructure lets you build the systems that define this kind of reality and define the norms. So we need to invest money to do well here. And to pick up on what another panelist said earlier, who knew that the path to AGI lay through US permit reform? But that's probably one of the areas we need to work on so we can build data centers, build power, and build the infrastructure here at home that lets us lead abroad.
That's a really wise input. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of what the United States does, the Middle East and other countries around the world are going to build gigantic data centers and are going to build huge amounts of AI computation power. So I think the key for us as a country is to figure out how do we do what we've done with many core technologies in the past, the internet, telecom, and many others, to ensure that as much of the world's AI capacity that comes on board is in accordance with our values and our system.
Are you concerned at all about the big investments that the Saudis and the Emiratis are making?
After Thomas Edison modernized the electric infrastructure, lots of other countries got electricity too, but it was great. It led to global economic growth, increased global prosperity. I think AI will be like that too. I think it's great if lots of countries have a good electric grid. So I think it'll also be good if lots of countries have more intelligence, even including artificial intelligence.
So let's end this way. I love humanity and the endless potential of possibilities for innovation and everything from the arts to the sciences, the capacity of humanity to reimagine futures that were never even seen possible a generation before. And I love when I gave you guys legislative abilities, which makes me think I might run your next campaign, that you all were like me, wanting to say that technology is not something to be afraid of. We need to create some basic security, but when it comes to everything from our actual defense all the way to expanding democratic ideals of level playing field, more opportunity to learn, to grow, this should be one of the most exciting moments in the evolution of humanity. And so maybe just an acute way to end, when you look at the year 2055, what is one thing that you think that most people aren't even getting their mind around yet that we might be experiencing because of this hopeful, promising area called artificial intelligence?
I think anyone will be able to learn everything. They will get a customized education plan and tutor that works perfectly for them and lets anyone pick something they're curious about and become an expert on it. I think that's within reach with this technology.
I think the scientific breakthroughs that we're going to have over the coming decades through use of this technology will make all the sci-fi futures that we've been thinking about slowly become a reality. So we'll live in the Jetsons.
Wow.
I think today intelligence is one of the most expensive things in the world, which is why only the wealthy among us can hire a specialist doctor to carefully look at your condition and give you advice, or hire a patient tutor to coach your child. I think AI, artificial intelligence, is making intelligence cheap. And this means that a few decades hence, I think any of us will be able to hire an army of specialists, well-trained staff to advise us and help us with our things in a way that only the wealthiest in our society can today.
Well, I pray and hope that this doesn't create more concentrations of wealth and power, but a more democratized spread where genius, which is equally distributed, there's many geniuses being born in Burkina Faso per capita as are being born in the most affluent places of New Jersey. But what we do inefficiently right now is cultivate that genius. And if your vision of the future is really one where human genius anywhere can have access to the tools and resources, that unlocks a potential for humanity that is sheerly astonishing. And I know from our history books, when I was in high school, history textbook had an overemphasis on the George Washingtons, the Jeffersons, the Reagans, go through it. But the real people, I think, that are often doing unsung heroes are those that are the innovators and the scientists and those who are creating systems and opportunities that we now in our generation take for granted. You three are frontline players in ways that has me humbled and in awe. And the fact that I got a chance to sit on the same level as you for 20 minutes really excites me. And I pray that all your hope and all your aspirations for this technology come true, and that generations from now benefit from your genius. So thank you very much.
Don't give us too much credit. We really need the politicians to set the framework that enables.
I'm going to let you, that be the last word. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome advisor to Palantir CEO, Jacob Hellberg.
Thank you all for staying with us until now. This wouldn't be a proper Hill and Valley Forum without a few surprises, so it's an honor to introduce a special message from a very special surprise guest today.
It's great to be with the Hill and Valley Forum and all of the people that have done such a great job, especially on technology. And Jacob, I want to thank you. Our meeting was very productive, talking about AI and all of the ramifications, both good and bad. But I just want to thank everybody for keeping your chin up. Our country's going through a lot of problems right now, but we're going to make it bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I look forward to meeting you all. Thank you very much.
For final remarks, we're honored to be joined by the 55th Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
That's prettier than I am in real life. I'll take the cartoon. Hey, it's good to see y'all. I'm the last speaker. The end of the day, is that right? Okay, well, I'll be quick for you, okay? It's been a busy day on the Hill. We're glad to have y'all all here. I wish you were here more often. We could use your expertise right about now. Congress is endeavoring to step into this field, and it's always a little nerve-wracking when Congress steps into a field that it is unfamiliar with, and so we rely on a lot of outside counsel and wise counsel as we navigate these uncharted waters. It might feel like a lifetime ago, but we only have to flip the calendar back a few years to the time when Congress was debating the way forward on 5G and Huawei. And as you all remember, by the time Congress and the administration were having that debate, we were already behind the 8 ball. We're concerned about that now. China had already infiltrated our telecommunications networks and those of our partners with Huawei products. And while Washington is now in a better place when it comes to 5G, we're once again lagging in our understanding of AI. As innovators and company owners, you all know that American companies are the world's leaders in AI technology, and we desperately want to maintain that status. And we have the best innovators, we have the best minds, we have the best companies, we have the best technology, and we're happy to boast about that. And I'm hopeful that AI can be the most beneficial tool in the entirety of humanity. But as you know, some of us are also concerned, and I know some of you share these concerns, that it could also be a very destructive tool, and that our enemies could use it to the detriment of American security. So we want to watch that. We don't want to stifle innovation in any way. We don't want to smother the creativity in any way, as government is apt to do, but we do want to have some sort of protection. Every industry seeks to gain from a world where America is the leader in AI, but if Washington fails to connect the economic and the technological interests with our security interests, we will pave a way for the world to be shaped by Chinese communism rather than Western democracy. Like you, I don't want to see American leadership decline, and I don't want to live in a world where Xi Jinping sets the rules or where American companies play second fiddle to those in China. I want to see a robust domestic technology industrial base right here on our shores. And I believe that there are 3 things that we could do that will take us there. I want to outline them just very quickly for you. Number 1, I think we need a regulatory environment that fosters competition and innovation, fosters it and does not stifle it. If we're too aggressive in our regulations or mimic licensing-based regimes, I'm afraid that we will stifle leading-edge researchers and we'll wind up ceding ground to China. So we've got to be very careful. We're watchful for that. The people in this room aren't afraid to innovate and to fail and try again. That's kind of part of the process and part of the path to success, ultimately. And you all want to take the challenge of artificial intelligence head on. So we want to encourage that. So it's Congress's responsibility to ensure that you all have the access to capital and a stable regulatory environment that will allow you to experiment and build the new American economy. I just want to pause here and just say I wish that the current administration would realize this. I'm not sure they do. I think they need to see that it goes against our interests for the FTC to send delegations to the EU and help enforce EU regulations against American companies. We should be helping, not hurting or hindering American innovators. Number 2, I think we need international cooperation. We must be relentless in our efforts to ensure American companies are not shackled by harmful overseas regulation at the same time. We recognize that some countries are trying to follow the EU's approach of regulating American tech companies out of existence. Some of the other countries are doing that. But we must make clear that if America and American companies lose, that means China wins. And we have to remind the world that who develops the AI tools and how these tools are used and where those tools are used are of critical importance, and that it's in everybody's interest to see America become the home of AI tools. So we have to be strategic. We have to be focused as we seek to crowd out China in the places where they're trying to compete. Countries that are on the fence, like those in the Gulf and in Latin America, must come to see China as an undesirable partner to work with and a country that will upend their own interests. And this shouldn't be hard because communist China pilfers technology, regularly steals IP, and we all know that. If we're going to win, we have to be aggressive. And of course, we should also be building on our strong military partnerships to ensure that AI capabilities are advancing. I'm encouraged by what's happening with AUKUS and the technologies we're creating in that partnership space. And you may have seen that we're developing autonomous vehicles that can preserve network connectivity in a contested environment. This is good, but in the face of the Chinese threat, we have to do a lot more. The third thing I just wanted to mention is that what we have to do is show American leadership. And by doing that, to promote a robust, all-of-the-above energy strategy. The energy component here is very important. It's estimated that by the 2030s, the amount of computing energy used to train frontier AI models could be approximately 1,000 times that used to train ChatGPT-4. And if you account for progress on algorithms, the amount of effective computing power could be approximately a mind-blowing 1 million times that used to train GPT-4. It's going to take enormous data centers and enormous amounts of energy to help us advance all that technology. And those on the left have to realize that the Green New Deal proposals are just not going to get us there. They limit our ability to access affordable and available energy. And that will certainly hurt us. It will handicap American technology and all these advances. That's why last year House Republicans passed H.R. 1 to return America to a place of energy independence. We'd like to aspire again to energy dominance, which we had achieved a couple of years ago. Our legislation increases domestic production. It reforms the federal permitting process. It streamlines exports. It boosts production of critical minerals. I've also worked with the Senate to craft a deal to get Chairwoman Cathy McMorris Rodgers' Advance Act through the House and the Senate in the coming months. And this is a major piece of legislation to support the continued operation and growth of America's nuclear energy assets. If we're going to maintain our status as a global leader, we don't want to say no to new forms of energy. We genuinely do want an all-the-above approach that gives us everything we need without taking anything away. And finally, I just wanted to mention, and I'm sure you know about this, but we've now launched an AI task force. We have a competitive regulatory environment. We have international cooperation and a robust energy strategy. That's our three steps, I think 3 agenda items. That's the way to achieve American AI leadership. But to fulfill those 3 goals, I think Congress has to flex its Article 1 muscles again and write laws that are going to set up America and American companies for all of the success that we aspire to. And that's why earlier this year, Leader Jeffries and I launched a bipartisan task force on artificial intelligence. As the technological landscape rapidly evolves and the future of everything from cybersecurity to job security becomes uncertain, we think Congress must do right by the American workers and companies and our security interests. And you should know that the task force is already meeting regularly and will be providing recommendations for congressional action, and we're anxiously awaiting that work product. And I just want to encourage all of you, as much as you're able, as much as possible, to engage with the 24 members on that task force. It's being led by Chair Obernolte out of California and co-chair Ted Lieu out of California, Republican and Democrat. Obernolte has a master's degree in AI. I didn't even know there was a thing. I mean, he's overqualified to be in Congress, but I'm glad he's here. We have to be thorough. We have to be methodical, but we also have to be bipartisan because American leadership must be a bipartisan interest. And you all can help us get there. Last thing I'll mention, and I'll leave you be, but it's the TikTok issue. And as you all know, Congress has begun to take its first step in combating the Chinese AI threat by forcing TikTok to divest from ByteDance. That was breakthrough legislation, and in some corners it was controversial, but the idea was to protect Americans' youth and protect Americans' data, both of which are jeopardized by that app. And as you all know, it will also protect us from Chinese disinformation. Earlier this year, it was discovered that ByteDance and individuals linked to the CCP were deploying AI to disrupt elections in Taiwan and here in the United States. And ByteDance used AI-generated Taiwanese news anchors who told listeners that America was building biological labs in Taiwan. You better believe they'd try to do similar things here. Because TikTok will remain operative here for several more months ahead of the election, we have to be on the lookout for similar attempts to sow distrust and divide our people. And we can't let Xi shape our understanding of reality. Just imagine what would scroll through your TikTok feed if China were to invade Taiwan. We pray that doesn't happen. they would almost certainly alter the algorithm and make us believe that China was in the right, or at the very least, silence voices who are critical of China. That legislation was a milestone step, but because China is unyielding in their efforts to undermine U.S. and our country and dethrone America from its position on the world stage, we have to be unyielding as we protect our interests and unyielding as we seek to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We're really grateful you're here, and I just want to say, I guess this is the conclusion of a long day, but on behalf of all my colleagues in the House and the body, we're really grateful for what you contribute to the economy, to technology, and to our work here, and we hope that becomes a partnership. You really do have an open door here. There are not many industries, not many leaders and experts who we just openly plead for your counsel, but I am doing that here today. Because a lot of the people who are of goodwill here, who want to do the right thing, could use some of your guidance along the way to make sure that we don't step on any landmines that we don't see. You have a much better vision, I think, on a lot of that than we do, and I'm humble enough to tell you that's true. So thanks for being here. I hope you've enjoyed your time in the Capitol. You're much better behaved than House Republican Conference, and I thank you for that. We appreciate it, and I thank you for the time, Jacob. I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
This concludes today's programming. Thank you for joining us at the 2024 Hill and Valley Forum on AI Security.